Okay, so I will go back and say we've called the meeting to order, and all our members are here, and Greg's here. And I've asked for any public input on items that aren't on the agenda, and Sarah Mellish has her hand up. Sarah?
Thanks. I have a question with respect to meeting packets. Last year, they were available before the meeting and very helpful, so we didn't have to ask stupid questions. This year, they've been more sporadic, and I didn't know whether that was as a result of staffing issues or a policy change.
Are you talking about BOS meeting packets or all meeting packets?
Yes, BOS meeting packets. I couldn't find them for tonight.
Yeah, no, my error in not getting it on. We'll get it posted, and we need to get in the habit of making it routine. So we will get there.
I believe, Sarah, the easiest way to wiggle out from that is to say we've had a lot of staffing changes in the administrative support to town administrator.
Understood.
And we're just trying to get the boat to run and attack until it's an appropriate time to change course. Okay, so are there any other questions on items that aren't on the agenda? In that regard, when we get to some of the discussion tonight, we will be doing some share screen to make it easier for people who are attending publicly. Okay. I have one issue that's not on the agenda tonight, and that is in going through some back files, cleaning things up in my office. I came across some meeting minutes from November 1st that are incorrect, and we've already voted on those. And I wonder if there's any way to bring back something that's now 3 months, more than 3 months, almost 4 months past due, for reconsideration.
So you can do that. You can move to amend and correct some previously approved minutes. We should put that on as an agenda item at a future meeting.
Okay. I had gone back and reviewed the tape and just to check my memory, because I wanted to be sure that I was accurate with that. And it was a change that I had thought that I sent to Gail, and I didn't. So we'll go back and revisit that at our next meeting. Okay. Our first agenda item for tonight is the Water Resources Protection Task Force interview for a candidate for the at-large position. We have 5 out of 6 candidates appointed, and I welcome you, Anita. You should unmute yourself.
Thank you.
And I think we've all read the information that you submitted to Greg and to the Selectman's office. I wonder if you could share with people who are coming to this public meeting what you're interested in the Water Resources Protection Task Force is and what your background is that might help them out.
Sure, thank you. First of all, I've lived in Manchester since 2006, but I grew up here and was away for many years and came back. And my mother was on the finance committee, but I've never done anything in the town, and I felt I should give back something. My undergraduate degree is, it's in urban environmental. Well, it's partly in environmental studies, and my master's degree from Tufts was in urban environmental policy. Specifically, my thesis was on a drinking water reservoir and the management of it with related recreation issues. And way long time ago when I was just out of college. I was assigned by the MAPC, Metropolitan Area Planning Council, where I was an intern and then a person hired there to learn the Section 208 of the Clean Water Act amendments a long time ago. So that's some of my basis. More recently, I live on Pulaski Drive in Manchester, and I became interested in something up in Powderhouse Hill. And it was part of the first water supply system for Manchester that had been overlooked for many years. So I did a little bit of research and I became curious. So I think that water is a really important resource, and I like the water in Manchester, but it's only there and good because of what people have done to make sure that that's the case. So I was hoping to give back a little bit. That's all.
That's all. Well, pretty remarkable. I would open this to questions from the board. Becky.
Hi, Anita. Nice to see you. It's been a while. Thank you very much for offering to jump in. And just wanted to make sure that you felt you had time to put into this. While it's definitely got a finite time span. I wanted to ask if you had other. Oh, where did you go? Oh, there you are. Sorry. If you had enough, if there were any time constraints.
What I read in the interview, I think it was interview with Mr. Dam that described this task force, is that it has a specific mission of updating the 1978 or so water supply report that was done by the company with the two names. And so I thought, well, that's good. There's a specific mission we have. And yes, I do think I have the time to work on it. Yes, I'm retired and I have some other commitments, but I thought I have time to do this. I don't really know what we're going to be asked to do, by the way. I suppose I should ask, but I'm curious to find out. But I want to be helpful. And I'm also on the board of the Friends of the Middlesex Fells Reservation, which is not in Essex County, but it continues to have a lot of water supply issues. So I learned from various sources, and I hope I can apply that. I was surprised, I will say real quickly, when I did the research on the Powderhouse Hill Standpipe Foundation, by how similar the first system, the system was laid out 130 years ago, the way it is now, pretty much. And I was impressed that it's gone on for this, it's held up for this long. So my answer is yes, I think I do. Thank you.
Thank you.
Other questions of the board?
Yeah, Jeff, if I may, just a bit.
Go ahead, John.
Anita, okay, great. Thanks that you're raising your hand for this. I am the selectman's representative to this task force, and we had our startup meeting. I guess it was last Wednesday. So we're off and running, and Steve Gang, who heads the board, has certainly got an agenda that he's pushing along, and we're starting to form working teams. And if you're selected to work on this, you'll have to pick a team that you'd like to probably work on. And have you dealt with, your background academically sounds like it's a very, very good fit. You've spent some time and interest there. Is there any particular area that you're interested in specifically with regard to water and drinking water in particular?
That's a good question. I suppose the distribution is most interesting to me, but I'm not a chemist, and the land use issues. My environmental background is a little bit in land use planning, and the way I don't know to what extent the watershed is fully protected. I suppose that's something we'll be looking at, but how that's managed is of interest to me also. I have a paralegal degree, although I'm not working right now.
All of those topics are part of the the various working teams area, everything from supply and sources and usage and climate change issue, contaminants, et cetera, and distribution, et cetera. So I think there'll be something that will fit your particular area of interest for sure. So
Well, thank you.
thanks again for volunteering.
Thank you. Any other questions?
No, I'd just like to thank you very much for volunteering. I think you'll be a great asset.
Okay, thank you.
I think your resume and your comments so far stand on their own. I don't have any questions.
Okay, since this, our typical process, Anita, is that we interview candidates for boards and then we make decisions about appointment at a subsequent meeting, at the following meeting. Since this particular task force is, as John mentioned, up and running already and wants to get up to full speed very quickly, I would like to forego approval of your nomination, if the board is okay with that, and vote on it tonight. So I would entertain a motion, if there's no further questions, and hearing no objections to Anita's assuming this task force position of at-large member, to appoint her tonight.
So moved.
Second.
Okay, so moved by Becky Jakes and seconded by John Round. Roll call vote. John Round,
Yes.
Ann Harrison,
Yes,
Eli Bowling,
Yes.
Becky Jakes,
Yes.
and the chair votes yes. So Anita, it's that easy to get yourself involved in this.
Thank you very much.
And there's no regrets allowed.
Okay. No, it'll be fun. And so you'll get in touch with me and I can get the minutes from the first meeting and things like that.
What I'll do is I will turn this information over to Steve Gang, who is the chair of the CONCON and the chair of this task force. And he will be in touch with you and pass on to you the organizational papers, the questions that they're addressing, and some of the issues that John was raising about which working group you might be interested in joining.
Thank you. Thank you very
Okay.
much. Appreciate
So
it.
thank you very much. We really appreciate your coming forward, and with all your qualifications, you sound like a great fit.
Thank you. Hope so.
Okay. The planning board. I can see Sarah's beaming face. Ron, you there?
I think we have Ron, Gary, and Chris here.
There's Gary. I see Gary. There's Ron. Okay. I see Gary. And
Chris.
where's Chris? I don't see Chris.
What he was on.
He's here.
he's in
I'm right
yellow.
here. I'm here, Jeff.
You're right there, but you're not showing up on my screen for some reason. Okay. I don't know who's leading this. This is a presentation of the proposed zoning amendments to the Board of Selectmen for our consideration. This is not going to be an exhaustive presentation, but it will be an overview of what the organization of the Planning Board amendment changes are for our consideration. And since we're going to be discussing articles for the ATM and the STM tonight, this is very timely. So whoever's in the lead.
Yep. So I'm going to take it away. Can I share my screen?
Yeah, I just gave you that.
Okay, thank you. So thank you for taking time tonight. We'll try to be brief. This is not a brief topic. Oops. So I think you all know the town appropriated some money, I think 2 years ago, to update the zoning. And the planning board hired an attorney by the name of Mark Grabowski, who went through the entire zoning bylaw, identified a number of shortcomings and made recommendations for changes. And those changes have had a lot of vetting, some public meetings. In November, we advanced some of those to simply renumber the bylaw so it's much more logical and delete some obsolete. But now is the real work, and our goal is to improve the use of the bylaw and reorganize it and improve, particularly improve its use for government work in town. The work that we're hoping to do in this, by July 1st or whenever we have this meeting, is to essentially complete the work that was started maybe 2 years ago, and really allow us then to get to more important issues. Not to say that these aren't important, as well as the recommendations of the master plan. So what we're going to do tonight is just take you very high level through what we're trying to do. The first issue, I think is some changes to the limited commercial district, and this is our number one priority for hopefully the first town meeting of the two. And what do you call it, the ATM and the STMs, that April town meeting and spring town meeting, I guess.
Annual town meeting and special town meeting.
Special town meetings, okay. And Chris is gonna just give you some highlights. The public hearing for this has been posted and is scheduled right now for February 28th at 7 p.m. So Chris, you want to give the summary
Sure,
here?
yeah, I'll jump in here. So as I think we all know, this proposal is a result of a presentation from the company Cell Signaling and their idea of developing a laboratory in the LCD. A presentation was made both to the planning board and to the Board of Selectmen. But I want to emphasize something very strongly here. These zoning changes are not an approval for the cell signaling concept. What the changes would do would adjust a few of the zoning constraints that are currently in place. For example, it would expand the area where laboratories are currently allowed by the special permit to include the area east of School Street near the MAC. Second, it would ease some lot dimensional and height requirements, which would accommodate a laboratory kind of use. But it does not allow anybody to build a laboratory by right. What it does do, or what it would do, would allow for consideration and maybe approval of a specific proposal through a special permitting process. And under the terms of the special permit, the town would have complete oversight over the design and use of the facility. So these things will be discussed at the public hearing in February on the 28th. And then we'll present a warrant article to the town meeting in April. So that's where we stand on that matter.
And here's just the map of the other piece of this is that the laboratory use is currently allowed in the area west of Pine Street. And so we are simply expanding that use to the area east of School Street, at least as we have proposed it right now.
And
So-
just to be clear, it's allowed with a special permit, not by right.
Right. So that's the LCD. Chris, why don't you do this one too?
Sure, so.
Sarah, excuse me for 1 second. Are you going to take questions at the end of all this, or do you want to take them with each chunk?
At the end, because they do a little bit somewhat fit together. I should have said in the beginning, the idea here is to create, to show you the sort of the highlight the issues that we're trying to address. It does remain to be seen about what the strategy is going to be of how we actually present them at town meeting. The LCD is sort of a standalone. We sent you a summary of the specifics, and we'll soon be putting on the website the draft of all of these proposed changes. So we're not going to go through all of the nitty gritty stuff tonight. So, okay, Chris, I'll let you, why don't we take questions at the end, Jeff, to answer your question?
Thank you.
Okay, so sections 1 through 4 of the zoning bylaw. Section 1 is basically a statement as to why we have zoning in the town. Section 2 is definitions, which are just a list of a lot of items that are contained in the zoning regulations. And then Article 3 is the establishment of districts, zoning districts. I think we all know what they are. There is one thing we're doing, the narrative in the current regulations for the RD district basically breaks it into 2 districts. And so we think we should just do that and make an RD1 and an RD2. The RD1 district is kind of Vine Street, everything sort of to the right of School Street. And the RD2 is basically the length of Pine Street and Pleasant Street, just one lot deep in each direction. So it's sort of a snake that goes around town. And there are slightly different rules for the RD1 and RD2, and we're just going to make it clear as to what those differences are. Then the big change is section 4, which is a description of all the allowed uses in each of the districts. It's currently done in a narrative. So it says what's allowed in in the residential, one residential district, and then says the next one allows everything that's in the former residential district plus a few more. And it goes through that whole series of each district in a sort of cumulative narration of what's allowed. That is really complicated to understand. So what most municipalities do and what we want to do is turn it into a simple table, which sets out each of the uses and each of the districts and tells you what's allowed and under what conditions. And there are a bunch of notes for each. I'm not about to go through all that in this presentation at all. I just want to show you what the format will look like. We aren't really changing too many of the allowed uses in any of the districts from what's currently in place. We're just illustrating it in a way that people can understand.
And that table, excuse me for interrupting, the table, draft of that table has actually been up on the website for a number of months with an invitation for people to look at it and find errors, and we have heard nothing. We will be replacing the one that's there with a updated version fairly soon, but it has been out there for people to see as an unofficial document for a while. All right. Anything else on this, Chris?
No, that's it.
Okay.
Till we get to questions.
Okay. I can't remember if you were, I guess I was going to talk about this one. Non-conforming uses is another area where we're revising the section. We're actually going to make it its own section to expand more flexibility in approving modifications or reuses of properties. Basically, we're pretty much just making the regulations consistent with case law and best practices. This will allow one of the big changes that would allow the ZBA some latitude in issuing a special permit for a non-conforming use as long as that use is less detrimental to the neighborhood. That's a big change, but it is consistent with case law and best practice. Also, some changes by right would be allowed to non-conforming uses as long as they are not making a non-conforming use worse. That's could be construed to be a pretty big change, but it's essentially some of the changes are already implied in case law. So we're essentially also reducing the liability for the town on those kinds of modifications. Chris, I think you're going to talk about this one.
Sure, accessory dwelling units. This is an example of how our current zoning works. We do allow accessory dwelling units in town right now, and there's quite a lengthy and very noble discussion as to why they're important for the town and why we should be doing them. However, there's a catch in the current zoning. It says that to allow you to get an accessory dwelling unit by special permit, you have to have a lot that's twice as big as what's allowed in your zoning district. Well, as we all know, hardly anybody has got a conforming lot in this town. So what this bylaw currently does is not allow them at all. And that causes a lot of trouble because there are a number of them that do exist already. And some of them are grandfathered because they've been there before zoning was in place. And some are frankly illegal because people need to have their mother live with them in her old age. And so they just make space available in their house for that to happen. So what we're hoping we can do here is to allow up to 20 accessory dwelling units by right in the town, as long as they meet certain requirements, like a maximum of 900 square feet, that it's only modest changes to an existing home. And then for those that don't comply, we'd allow a special permit to be issued by the Zoning Board of Appeals, but not require double lots to make them work. I know this is probably going to have some controversy, but it's happening all across the Commonwealth now. And in fact, is one of the specific proposals in both the master plan and the housing production plan that the town create more accessory dwelling units, because we can beef up our residential capacity of the town without causing much consequence to the neighborhoods in which they'll happen. So that's it. That's the accessory dwelling unit package. There'll be others for residential use also. And one of the things I do want to point out is that under the new state housing initiative law, this warrant could pass by just a majority of the town meeting, not 2/3.
The other thing that it seems to us that there's been a lot of talk about this and some strongly held opinions. And so that it's the time that we feel it's just time to bring it to town meeting and let town meeting decide. So that's the strategy there. Then we have some a little bit more Byzantine things in general requirements, reducing space requirements for parking, that's industry standard. Are proposing some regulation of driveway entrances to change from the planning board to the DPW, which is the standard across the Commonwealth, and move the requirements from zoning to the general bylaw. So they apply, not just, so they apply all the time. Move junk cars section to the general bylaws, again, so it has more applicability, and update the stormwater sections as was requested by the DPW. And I think that's basically the changes there. And the last big change is actually more administrative. It's the administration section, which is to clarify the requirements, bring them up to standard practice, make them more understandable. It turns out that the powers and organizational framework of the planning board are actually only called out in a handwritten document from before, I don't know, before typewriters, I don't know. And so we thought it would be at least good. I know there's been discussion about how that should change, but at least we should describe what it currently is as well. And the current bylaw does have the building inspector and ZBA specified in it. There's also clarifying a procedure for special permits, as well as some updates, like I said, for things such as special accommodations for handicapped individuals and so forth. Then lastly are the things, and all of those things have been vetted by the planning board and voted to advance to a public hearing. We have a number of other things that we hope to also include, some administrative changes for moving sections and deleting things. And then the board, prior to my joining, spent a lot of time talking about a residential conservation cluster modifications to the one we have there now. And I think there's large agreement that those changes are pretty good, as well as including a senior housing by special permit. So those are written and have already had some vetting. And there's some, section 6 is a little, still remains a bit of a hodgepodge. So we'd ideally like to fix that. And whether we get to flood control and moving stormwater to the general bylaws may not happen this year, but depending when the meeting is and how much energy we have, and those are still in the works, so more to come on that. And lastly, we just wanted to point out a couple of things. Start with the second one first, which is we hope that the Board of Selectmen, as we move forward to town meeting, will recommend approval and support us in these things. They've been a long time coming. The second thing is we've already had one correspondence asking that we undertake that the Finance Committee undertake a financial analysis. I think the general laws say that if 3 citizens ask for it, anything with financial implications has to have a review by the Finance Committee in a public hearing. So we'll pass this to the Finance Committee. A financial analysis is a little hard to know what that means, and I don't think that's the requirement of the general bylaws. The relevant sections certainly would be the LCD and the accessory dwelling units, and perhaps others. As I said earlier, that public hearings for everything except the LCD will be set once we know what the town meeting date is. And we'll have to sort of work with Alan and Greg to get them into articles and motions. The idea is to try to have them as tidy as possible so we don't have a lot of amendments, or maybe any amendments will be the goal on town meeting floor. We'll hope we can achieve that. And then 2 things unrelated to these changes, but we just threw them on the list. I know you're going to talk about the transportation oriented development. We're ready to work with you on that. There's some deadlines looming on initial steps, but we have not talked about that much, and we don't have any wisdom yet. And then lastly, and maybe this is just a question for Greg, but it seems that our A&Rs and other things are becoming more complex. And in the past, years ago, the planning board had a budget for town council or for council, and we're wondering, is that too late to ask for that for this budget cycle? That's a question that maybe Greg can just answer offline if there's an answer. So I'll stop sharing so we can discuss, and I know you have a lot of other things on your agenda tonight.
Before we do that, I do have a couple of things to say about this. One of them is sort of a shout out to Paul Orlando, the building inspector, and Sarah Mellish, the chairman of the ZBA, and also to Sue Brown, or the town planner. All 3 of them were very active participants in this process of trying to figure out how to change the zoning, and we owe them a debt of gratitude. The other thing is a question that probably you're going to ask us, and I'm going to try to beat you to it. And the question is how these changes would really affect the town. And it's a very legitimate question. But for some of the changes, there are no good answers. And to make it even more complicated, we have to figure out what the impact would be if we don't make these changes. So it's a sort of a double-edged sword. People throw around the word impact, and I don't want to use that. We shouldn't use it. Impact sounds like it's something harmful. What we really should be thinking about are consequences, positive ones and negative ones. So for example, if we're talking about laboratory space in the LCD, there'll be consequences for traffic. There'll be consequences on the groundwater. There'll be consequences for the town's tax base. But the zoning regulation is impossible to analyze at this stage. We don't know whether a laboratory would have 50 employees or 100 employees or 500 employees. And when we say that a use might be approved under a special permit, that means that we can actually review exactly what that specific development proposal is and decide whether granting it is in the town's best interest at that time. But to try to do that now is, would be misleading at best and impossible, actually. The numbers would be meaningless to us. So we want to try to stay away from guessing what the impact of any of these changes would be, except on the broadest terms of whether it makes sense for the town. Does it make sense for the town to allow senior housing by special permit when none is allowed now? Does it make sense to improve the review process to speed things up a little bit? These don't have financial consequences, but there are consequences that will affect how this town proceeds going into the future. So I just want us all to keep that in mind as we review these things. And I guess you'll probably have some questions anyway, so let's go to it.
Well, as long as we're dealing with shout outs, I would do a shout out to the entire planning board for weaving its way through this process over the past 2 years and reaching a point where we can even talk about it as being moved into warrant articles for town meeting. So I commend you on all the hard work and challenges that you faced in doing this. And thank you for all the service and all the hours and all the time that you put into this. It doesn't necessarily mean we're just going to roll over and say, great, let's go. But thank you. Becky, you've got your hand up, and I want to try and keep this discussion as tight as possible to just the next phase of what we're doing, because I think there's other opportunities that we can bring the planning board leadership back to talk about this before town meeting. Go ahead, Becky.
I want to reiterate what you just said, Jeff. Just myriad thanks to every member on the planning board and everybody involved in this process. And having been a member of the planning board, I can more fully appreciate just the extent and depth and breadth of that work. Thank you so much. And I do have two questions. And one is in reference to the ADUs. Just why is it the number is at 20 ADUs a year? Only up to. That's question one. And then question two pertains to enforcement. Is there any teeth that are built into any of the bylaw modifications? By that, I mean teeth for you all, teeth for ZBA, teeth for anybody who's having, or any board committee making these decisions impacted by the changes. Thank you.
I'll take the teeth one. I think that
You knew that was going to happen, Ron.
get a building permit. I mean, it's the same thing as if you proceed to renovate your kitchen without a building permit, right? Whatever that remedy is, I think it's the same process, at least on accessory dwelling units. But it's a good question, and it's one that is a challenge sometimes. I think the issue of 20 ADUs is a little bit arbitrary, but the idea is that if people are worried that every house in town is going to have an ADU, why don't we at least, create at least for the start, for this change, sort of create the maximum per year that would happen to sort of alleviate the fear that every house will have an ADU. That's one of the things that I think it's in response to comments that were made prior to me being on the board, for sure.
There have been some studies done. Oh, excuse me, Becky. There have been studies done about how many ADUs are created in other cities and towns across the Commonwealth. So the typical, like Gloucester last year had between 8 and 10. So when we say 20, that's kind of we're being quite generous. It most likely will be 5 or 6. If we get that, that's good. If we do that every year for 10 years, we've added some units to the town.
Right,
but-
thank you. And just to clarify, my question regarding teeth was not specific to ADUs, but to the bylaws in general. But thank you again very much.
Okay. Eli,
So 3 questions. First, I'll start with the administrative section for the roles and powers part. Is that section intended to be advisory in nature, or is it or attempting to establish our roles and powers?
The roles and powers are already established for the building inspector and the ZBA, and it's really just how many members are on various committees. It's quite light. But the administration section does already exist currently in section 7, and we're moving it to section 12 and updating it. So the section on special permit procedures has been updated, so that is procedural. But it's not just an advisory section. It talks about the Dover Amendment and a bunch of other things that are administrative in nature, but it's not just advisory.
Okay, I mentioned it because for the planning board, there is overlap with the general bylaws in that case, and may need to do some bookkeeping there. Second, other questions are in the ADU section. One, for existing units that require permits, or you mentioned in the one of the bullet items said that existing units and new units would require a permit from the building inspector. So I'm assuming or hoping that there would be some sort of amnesty window to allow time for existing units to cure any defects with the building inspector rather than having a hammer drop on them. Is that accurate?
I think that's the intent.
Maybe we should make that clear in the bylaw, but it certainly is the intent.
Yeah. Second, one of your bullet items said modest changes to houses would be afforded by right. And I'm also assuming that the ADU law will not use the word modest, but will articulate those, or is that in some way that's objectively won't be subjective and won't subject us to a lot of questions by existing owners?
I think we can.
So there are some specific things. For example, you can't add a second front door to your house for an accessory dwelling unit.
Right,
there are other, but there is some judgment also. I mean, it's going to be a combination of things, I think.
And the authority then rests with the building inspector to say whether or not it would require a special permit or would be out of his scope.
Yes.
Okay. All right. Those are my questions for now. Thank you.
Ann, John,
Yes, I've got one question, Jeff, if I may. Okay. A question with regard to the first change that was reviewed with regard to laboratory use, and I certainly applaud the effort to have the space east of School Street rezoned so that the cell signaling folks can go through the permitting process with a certain level of expectation that things will work out. But I'm interested in knowing, before that, it was just west of Pine Street. And was that an accommodation, I don't know, to Gordon College or something? Is there a rationale why nothing else was zoned as such in the LCD district back then? I don't know if any of you were around then or looked at that.
I think, was it New England Biolabs looking at that parcel at that time? I think that it's dates back to that, so.
Oh, wow.
We
Okay.
extended it to east of School Street to try to avoid any kind of assertion that it would be spot zoning, since we're increasing the area in which the use is allowed.
Okay. But the use west of Pine Street somehow dealt with New England Biolabs way back when.
Yeah, I think it's important to remember that zoning may have resulted from a catalyst event where somebody came, like cell signaling has here. But this is about, we've also, I think, in the process of the last few months, heard from a lot of people that why don't we have a laboratory, a light lab, office kind of use in that area. So this is also reflects that sentiment that has been expressed many times. And while cell signaling has come before you and before us to say this is their intent, they could buy the property and change their mind and put up nothing, or a storage unit or some other thing. The zoning change doesn't guarantee a particular use comes to pass. And so that's important to remember that and think about whether this is a use that makes sense for the town.
In general, not necessarily for cell signaling, but going forward. Yep. Thank you.
Ann?
Thank you. That was a very interesting high level. The LCD portion was very clear, and I think I know what you're planning to do there. But I would like to know when there will be more concrete details on the main zoning bylaw.
Yep, good question. We have voted to advance draft bylaws to public hearing, and it's basically, we'll be getting up on the website as soon as I have time to put it up there. So we do have drafts for all of these that I said, except for the other. And we will be getting them up on the website as soon as, probably in the next week. So absolutely, the devil is in the details. The language needs to be reviewed, and I just want to make sure that it's as up to date as we currently have it, and it's not quite yet. So it's coming soon.
Okay, thank you, and I concur that it would be good to have an amnesty period for existing ADUs, and perhaps be willing to increase the number or not count amnesties as part of your 20.
I think that's the anticipation. Yeah.
Well, as you say, it's hard to tell from a very high level view.
Right.
Thank you.
Said we were going to be 10 minutes, so we tried to stick to that.
Hard to do with us around.
Seriously, all of us. Yeah, we've already run over on this for 10 minutes. But I have 3 clarifications, small ones that I need, specifically in regard to the LCD. The public hearing on the 28th is specifically and simply for the LCD changes?
Yes.
Okay.
I had Greg, and you may not have received it in time to review it, but I sent Greg this afternoon, or the actual proposed LCD zoning changes. They're also on the website, but just for your ease of use, I had them. So Greg can forward those to you.
I think you did.
Okay. Yeah, sorry, it wasn't timely, but I didn't
That's
think
okay.
Didn't
That's
think
okay.
of it this morning.
Because I have a question for that, and I want to know whether this venue or a week from Mondays, next Monday's venue is the appropriate place for that question. It has to do with language that says, these are the modifications to 4.4.6. And after these modifications are incorporated, we delete the remainder of 4.4.6. And my question is, does that mean you're deleting A, B, C, and D? Gary's shaking his head. Which
Can I-
venue is the appropriate thing to deal with that?
Can you
Tonight,
let us address that next week?
next week? You in agreement with that, Chair?
I think
Mr. Ron?
we should be able to do that right now. I just don't have it right in front of me. I can pull it up.
Yeah, well, I don't want to rush into anything here, but I have concerns about certain aspects and intents of the lettered sections, A, B, C, and D.
I think
being brought.
Yep, the issue is that's redundant with the special permit review that is elsewhere in the bylaw. I believe that's the reason we did it that way.
And that's the mysteries that Ann was talking about.
Right.
So are those going to be published before Monday?
So elsewhere in the bylaw, we have a lengthy section about special permit review. And I believe 4.6, correct me if I'm wrong, Chris, goes into a special, a narrative about LCD special permit review, which is redundant with the other special permit review that we already have. So there's, that's the reason. So we're just going to delete that and say the special permit review that applies to special permits is the one that we're going to use. Instead, it's an example of how we have this thing in two places. I believe that's the, so, but we'll definitely look at that again and make sure I'm correct.
Okay, because it involves environmental and public health impacts of development in the LCD that I want to see some kind of restraint available to the town.
Mm-hmm. But they're
okay.
elsewhere in the special permit review.
Okay, now my last question in that regard is, will those procedures that have been modified in the special permit review be posted before the 28th?
So,
because if you're not, I would object to you having a meeting on a public hearing on the 28th.
So for the April town meeting, there are no changes to the special permit review.
I understand. But you're going to eliminate at town meeting sections of the bylaw that will not be taken up again until June. And that creates a problem.
So we're taking things out that are redundant with an existing section that will not be changed at town meeting. So we'll have to clarify that for sure.
All right, all right.
I think the point was that we have this like verbiage.
I will need to look. I will need to look at that existing section as it exists now to clarify my question.
Yep,
and I'll see you on Monday.
Okay.
Thank you.
Good question.
Gary and Sarah, this was actually a review for the Board of Selectmen. If you can make really short comments that aren't going to lead to a lot of responses, I'd be happy to recognize you, but we're running behind already, and I don't want to get too far behind because we have other major presentations tonight. So, Sarah, you had your hand up first. Is it a quick question?
Yes. So my concern is with respect to the ADU law, that we're seeing a lot of people using employees on the premises. I think that we need to look at everything and make one ruling with respect to ADUs, and I think the 20 number is unrealistic.
Okay, that's fine, but we're not reviewing ADU law tonight.
No, I'm just saying that it needs to be looked at.
Okay. Gary.
Muted, Gary.
Gary, you're still muted.
Sorry,
That's better.
never happened before. Thank you. And I'll re-scrutinize the language of the ADU law, but the intent, as I recall it, was that new ADU applications would be limited to 20 for the first year or a couple of years so people can feel it out, but that existing ADUs, if they're proven to be existing and they comply with the laws that we will have laid out, any number of those could be approved by the building inspector. If there are existing ones that don't quite match up, then they'll need a special permit. And there's no cap on allowing existing ones to come and become official and inspected and et cetera. That was my point.
There are other issues that need to be addressed in that as to whether there's a limit to that grandfather no cap on existing units. If units get identified a year and a half from now, are they treated differently? I don't know whether we have a number of how many units there are that already exist. All that's to be discovered in the future, but not tonight.
Read through the text of the law and it should explain that, and we can talk about it later.
Okay. Thank you very much. We appreciate your presentation. We're always very optimistic when we set timings for these meetings. So we appreciate your tolerance of the questions that the board had. And we're going to move on unless there's other things that just in this topic that people want to address. Okay. Thank you, Ron, Sarah, Chris. We appreciate it.
Thank you.
Gary, sorry.
Thank you.
Okay, the next topic on our agenda is open space and recreation plan review. And Greg, is there someone who's going to be presenting this to us?
No, so some scheduling conflicts arose, and I would encourage you to postpone this discussion until your next meeting on March 7th.
The reason again, please? I'm sorry, I missed it.
Right, we just had some scheduling conflicts. Being
Got it.
vacation week, people were out that we thought were going to be around who could present this. And so they are not around this week, so they will be around when you meet again on March 7th.
Wonderful. Then we're back on time.
You're ahead of schedule. Just click it
All right,
out.
so we're passing over the open space and recreation plan review for tonight. For those of you who have come to the meeting wanting to hear that topic addressed, we will be taking it up at our March 7th meeting if we can get all the people here who we need. So thank you. Our next topic is the Bike and Pedestrian Committee grant proposal recommendation. And speaking about optimistic, 10 minutes has been allotted for this. And that's no way. But we will do the best that we can. Eli's smiling. He's been here. So I would open this to the Bike and Ped Committee to go ahead. Give us an overview of what it is that we're looking at tonight.
I guess in the absence of our chair, this is Terry Towman, so I'll be happy to give a quick coverage of this particular issue.
Thank you, Terry.
The opportunity here is for a shared streets grant, a portion of which applies to equipment and sets a cap of $50,000 in the application. The Bike and Pedestrian Committee, in conjunction with the DPW, has put together a equipment request that would cover crosswalk signs, pedestrian or biking activated signs at School Street and Pleasant, at Pine and Pleasant, and then speed feedback signs for Pleasant Street and everybody's favorite Norwood Ave. And the total of that is just slightly under $50,000 magically. The irony is that schools create traffic, and particularly at the time of day when there's a lot of other traffic trying to get in and out of town. So the same routes that autos are coming in and trucks are coming into town and buses and commuters from Essex getting to the high school and the middle school is the same time that kids are walking and biking to school. Over the past 4 or 5 years, the Bike Ped Committee has sanctioned Walk Boston surveys of various parts of town, and 3 areas have come up consistently as sort of dangerous for kids biking and walking to school. Those intersections that I just mentioned at Pleasant and School and Pine and School, Pleasant rather, and Norwood Avenue. There have been some attempts to rectify those unsafe conditions. Some of you might be old enough to remember that there were not always 4-way stops at School Street or at Pleasant School or at Pine Street. And that was probably the first effort to slow down traffic coming into town. The speed reduction to 25 miles per hour coming into Manchester from Essex, and similarly on Pine Street, and then to 20 miles an hour also were attempts to slow cars down and make conditions safer. And that certainly had some positive impact. But as traffic backs up, particularly on School Street in the morning, impatient drivers want to rush through the intersection, and there happen to be 2 fences on either side of School Street right at that intersection on Pleasant that give drivers reaction time of about 1.5 seconds to react to a kid who doesn't slow down at the crosswalk or is on a bike and comes past the tall fences onto School Street, crossing School Street. And observation has shown that most kids coming to the high school and middle school cross at Pleasant and School. They don't go down to Lincoln Street where there is a pedestrian activated or actually motion activated crosswalk light that you're probably very familiar with. So this grant would be applied to put pedestrian and bike activated crossing signs. So when someone wants to cross the street, hit the button and light goes on. So drivers would know that there's somebody about to enter the crosswalk. Similarly, there would be speed feedback signs on Pleasant Street. We've requested 3 and 3 for Norwood Ave. That would give drivers feedback 20-mile-an-hour speed on Norwood and 25 on Pleasant. And the exact sighting of those signs will be done in conjunction with the DPW and residents of those streets, so we don't offend anybody's sidewalk or what have you. Now, this grant application can be repeated, so if we like what we do here, this is something that we might have an opportunity to apply in the future. This is not a competitive grant, meaning that we're not in competition with other towns for it, but there's not an open-ended pot of money. They fund it based on the merit of the proposal itself. And the feedback we've received from the state on the application is very positive. So I think there's a good chance that we could obtain this grant. And that's about the size of it. So we might be able to get away in under 10 minutes.
Mr. Bowling.
Thanks for the presentation. That was really helpful. A couple of comments and questions. So first of all, overall, I support the grant. I agree completely that those intersections are challenging, in particular the one at Pleasant Street and School Street. That intersection has always been, I think, one of the places that parents of school kids have concerns about their kids, and kids just cannot ever expect to safely just step into that crosswalk. They have to approach that intersection questioning whether or not cars are going to stop. It's not a good intersection for that. So I wholeheartedly approve of stepping up support for the safety of that intersection. My one question is about the speed feedback signs. You specified Pleasant Street and Norwood Street. When you made the selection of those locations, was public safety already involved in the process of picking those particular streets and locations? I know you're going to be more specific about the choice of locations later, but were the police involved in that thought process?
Yes, and we used the police data to look at the average speed, high speed, et cetera, on both of those streets. And we were aided in this process through the community group on Norwood Ave that came before you some months ago to address speeding and traffic on Norwood Ave. So yes, the answer is yeah.
Okay, thank you.
Mm-hmm. I would add too that there would in surveys at the schools as to why more kids don't walk and bike to school, safety is the primary issue concerned, and the various intersections that we've talked about are the ones most often quoted in those surveys too.
Was that a survey of the students or the parents?
Parents.
I remember having kids that were school-age kids. I have adults now. And there was a certain amount of resistance on their part at times to walk to school. So,
well, none of these intersections are within or outside. I guess how to put this. You can't get a bus. So it's either walk, bike, or have mom or dad drive you to school. And all too often the choice is made to drive when it's a nice day. And we'd like to see that change. You might remember when we used to do the bike and walk week to school at Memorial. The school principal has ended that out of concerns for infrastructure and safety. So we haven't had one of those bike walk to school weeks in about 5 or 6 years, precisely because of safety. And I can recall having worked that intersection myself, helping people across the street at school and Pleasant, and almost getting hit myself in the middle of the intersection. So anyway, I'm with you, Eli. It's firsthand.
Other board members?
Yeah, Jeff, I've got a question for Terry. Terry.
Hi, John.
Hi, how are
Good to
you
see you.
doing? Good,
Good.
good. Thank you. Good presentation. I've just got a question with regard to what the grant monies can be used for, and I have seen discussion in recent months or the last year or so with regard to possibly crossing guards or having, at times when school starts and ends, et cetera. And of course, that's an expense rather than a fixed assets, so to speak. And I'm wondering if these monies are available for providing services along those lines as well, because those two intersections plus Norwood certainly are key areas for school children.
Yeah, when you consider that Brook Street and the parking lot there is going to be, I think, reopened now for school kids to come through the rear entrance. That's another reason for Norwood to be looked at. This particular grant applies only to equipment.
Okay.
So we can't spend it on crossing guards, but I'd love to do that. We've brainstormed in how to encourage crossing guards, and looks like the only thing that's going to do it is getting some money to pay people to do it. So.
Okay, but not from this source.
Yeah, this one won't work for that. But when I find that pot, I'll come back.
We're looking.
Okay, good.
Thank you.
Mm.
Any other comments or questions from the board? Becky?
Thank you very much. Hi, Terry.
Hey,
And I know you can speak personally to what it's like being hit. Buy a vehicle. But anyway, so I have a few questions regarding the signs, and question is, do we know what the life of one of those signs is? And I know you've got several. So you're talking about the life of the pedestrian activated signs, the constantly flashing, as well as the speed feedback signs.
Right.
Do they have, 5-year life, or does it, depending on the sign?
That I don't know. I'd have to defer to Chuck for that one. So anything I said would be just conjecture.
And who maintains those? That'd probably be for you as well, Chuck?
Yep.
Yeah, so we would certainly maintain them, if they get hit or run over, or if there's a manufacturer defect or whatever, we'd probably be the ones coordinating with those people. The life of the components, solar panels or LEDs are, all 25-year plus. So I wouldn't suspect, short of any sort of, like I said, getting hit or some sort of manufacturer defect, that they would, last. I'm not 100% sure on the actual warranty, but typically it's, the sum of the parts that on those types of things. So, if the solar panel goes down earlier, they'll replace that, or if the LED blocks out for whatever reason, they'll fix those. But
okay, and also just, the slow sign that was on Central Street, bridge going into Central, the slow sign heading into town that got knocked down.
Yeah,
that's is all that obviously factored in to make sure that.
well, so we have that one.
Oh,
Must have been a tough question.
oh, I have another one.
Do you have another one that doesn't involve Chuck?
No, probably does, but I also very strongly support these safety measures. Having driven through those intersections and around town, as all of us have, people they do the rolling stops, or they don't look. They're busy looking at other things, and I'm not sure what that's a factor why, but it just a lot of distracted driving. But one of the questions I do have is or another one, and this will probably go to Chuck as well, so I may have to repeat, but in terms of putting up the speed feedback signs, the ones we already have in use are just almost completely ignored. And that's, in my commuting to work on days, and people go zipping by me in the other direction or around me when I'm doing the speed limit. Are we looking at it in the correct way to address what's going on? That's my biggest concern. So the crosswalks at the pedestrian activated signs, I think those are very logical. In terms of the signs that are saying you're speeding, I think there are plenty of people who either just don't care or routinely ignore that.
And that's always true. I mean, so this is just one additional arrow in the quiver. It can't be the only thing that we do.
Well, and that's what I'm saying. Do we need to kind of, if efforts that we've been using, and Chuck, I was just saying that as far as the speed feedback signs go, people, I just think, stop seeing them or completely ignore them because they want to. So are we addressing the problems in completely the right way? I concur in terms of the pedestrian activated flashing, but I just, again.
It's a very legitimate question, and I wish I could solve it, but Putting up the feedback signs. These particular feedback signs also record cars that go by, and they can tell you how many cars go by in a day. They can tell you what the speeds are of cars that go by in a day. So it gives our police department some feedback as to what's actually happening, in addition to alerting drivers about the speed limit. Right now, there is no posted speed limit sign on Norwood Ave.
Can they also take license plate pictures?
Wouldn't that be nice? And I don't know if it can.
Sorry, Chuck.
Those are available, but they're about $16,000 more per unit.
So I would just say a couple things. One, I think that, the first step is kind of education. So, some people might say they don't know they're speeding, so now they will. I think, I did, when I met with Terry and Bike and Ped on this, we did discuss that, even if we don't get the grant, I certainly need to put up the speed limit signs, this spring when we're done with plowing operations. So, that's on the to-do list, and this would just be another kind of step, I guess, in that process. And then I think that, we do, have the traffic calming, policy in place now. And, it's certainly something that we will be looking at. And, I'm sure if we don't do it voluntarily, that, the citizens group will come in, be requesting additional stuff. So I think this is all kind of a good first step at addressing the problem and, getting more information so we can make, more scientific based decisions on what goes in next.
Thank you very much.
Okay, Eli?
Yeah, I'd like to say I don't entirely agree with Becky's comment that people just completely ignore the speed feedback signs. However, I will agree that it's difficult to quantify. I'm quite sure that there are plenty of people who do see those feedback signs and cater to them to what degree, to some degree, to a lesser degree or more, and some of them probably do ignore them. But I think that they do have an impact. Question is how much of an impact. And if, as you say, you can get data which tells you how people are doing around those signs, it would be very interesting, I think, to know, do people actually slow down? What percentage of people actually slow down as they're approaching those signs, and whether or not signs have sufficient features to provide that data. I mean, the only other way I could imagine finding it out is simply turn them off and see what people do, measuring them some other way, but I'm not sure if that's something we necessarily want to do. But I agree, it would be very interesting to quantify that.
Okay. Ann?
I'm slightly concerned about the pedestrian activated lights. At least the ones that I have used, you push the button and sooner or later it changes. And that's nice. But if I'm a kid and I'm a little late for school, I'm not going to wait for the damn light. Maybe I'll push the button just so somebody has to stop later. But it would be nice to find something that actually senses a pedestrian. And I thought I had seen one of those near Spyrock Hill. But
sure. So these will be they are activated. They're the rapid flashing beacon one. So when you hit the button, the light goes off. So there's no waiting like you're at a traffic light, waiting for your cycle, your turn. This is, immediately, flashing. So, at these intersections being four-way stops, when you hit that button, it should very much tell the person that's supposed to be stopped to continue being stopped. So I don't think that will be the issue. The one further down Lincoln on School Street at Lincoln Street actually is supposed to just be a motion activated one. And that one, for whatever reason, the sensor just hasn't always been 100%. But that's the intent, is that when it senses somebody in the crosswalk, it blinks, so that there's no button there to press at all. So that's the difference. These ones will have buttons, or that's in the cut sheet anyway.
I'm a fan of buttons too.
It's not a stop, it's not a stoplight, having to wait for the stoplight to cycle in.
Correct.
It just starts flashing once you press the button. The question being, if you've got a kid coming, pressing the button, he crosses and the button and the light's still flashing, and then another kid comes along and presses the button, what happens?
It will continue flashing.
It'll continue flashing until people just ignore the flashing.
Well, in which case they'll be ignoring the pedestrian, which is the law anyway, but yeah, they could.
I don't know what the lag time is, Chuck, is what I'm asking.
It
After
should be
the student has
instantaneous.
crossed the street, is there a lag time? I know that when you're in the motion activated ones out here at school in Lincoln, there is a lag time.
Yeah, I mean, I guess I'll have to check, specifically on these ones, but my thought is that as you press the button, it starts flashing, and that would continue, say it flashes for 10 seconds. If you come along at, 8 seconds and hit it, it's going to continue flashing for another 10 seconds after that 8 seconds. If I'm making up those numbers, but that's my impression of what we're getting.
Okay. Sarah?
Yeah, my suggesting is, knowing kids, they're not going to push the button, and we're better having motion activated lights that react quickly.
They
I'm
do make
concerned
a
about-
motion sensor as well, but it's just going to be once we go one way, it's
The question there, Sarah, is how good is the equipment? Because the ones that are on School in Lincoln, which is right next to my house, function erratically.
Yes. And maybe
Okay.
that'll be improved, but right now, the most reliable thing is push the button.
Okay, so we need a formal vote for this, don't we, Greg?
Yes, it would be helpful to you to approve going forward with the grant some more.
I will say, so part of the grant, I don't think Terry got to it. I got cut off there for a minute, but there is another section of this grant, which is for projects, not just for equipment. And I don't know if you guys saw my memo, but I did try and shoot out a memo saying that, and I was wrong in my memo, actually, that I thought it was a $50,000 value of the grant for basically an additional grant and above the equipment, or separate of the equipment grant, would be for a projects grant. And so they would actually, be able to use those monies for construction. And it's up to $200,000, not the $50,000 I cited. And so my thought when I talked to Bike and Ped about, where priorities may lie, would be the intersection at Harbor and Bridge, which is where the state was doing their paving work last year. I was hoping that they would do their pedestrian improvements at that crossing at Harbor Street. They kind of reneged on their commitment to doing that, and now it's left to the town to wade our way through the DOT permitting process and getting that done. And I think that they would still be on the hook for contributing construction funds for that, but there will be more town funds that are needed. And so this would be an opportunity to use this grant for those funds rather than, other town funds that may be available for, intersection improvements.
So our vote tonight would incorporate the Harbor Street walk changes?
So not necessarily the actual changes, I guess, just the ability to proceed with applying for the grant so that if we are chosen, we could use the grant money for it. I could commit to coming back. We're not going to be out there next week constructing, intersection improvements on Harbor Street, but I can come back to you guys when we have a more clear plan, and also if we're successful in the grant, come back to say that we're going to utilize it. But I'm still working on some of those other aspects.
Is there any way, Chuck, that these two processes, the ones that we discussed at length about Pleasant and School and Pleasant and Pine and Norwood, and the changes to the Harbor Street crosswalk would be severable in terms of the grant process.
They are.
Correct. Yeah, they're completely separate. So you can, we need
Beautiful.
the,
Okay,
we need the ability to apply for both, tonight. However, the ability of us to get the equipment grant has nothing to do with the ability to get the other grant and vice versa. So there's really no issue with that part of it.
because there was some statements in the draft grant that was submitted to us that do not apply to Harbor Street.
For sure. Yeah, that application was something Bike and Ped worked on that I'm going to be reviewing, but the kind of crunch here is that the applications themselves are due next week. And so this was kind
Sure.
of the only.
Okay. All right, so I will entertain a motion to have the grants for improvements to signage at Pleasant and School, Pleasant and Pine, and improvements to signage and traffic calming measures and Norwood Ave, as well as improvements to the Harbor Street crosswalk at Bridge Street.
So moved.
Second,
Moved by Becky Jakes and seconded by John Round. Any further discussion in the board? A roll call vote. Mr. Bowling,
Yes.
Mr. Round,
yes.
Ms. Harrison,
Yes,
Ms. Jakes,
Yes.
and the chair votes yes. So right away, Chuck, you got a lot of writing to do this week.
could I,
Well,
Thank you for the
Ed took the lead, so
presentation.
thanks to them.
Thank you.
could I get the Harbor Street is not a sidewalk, just a sidewalk issue. It's a rebuilding the intersection, changing the intersection significantly. And I would like us to be more clear that we're not applying for a grant to move sidewalks. And I'm sorry I didn't get my hand up in time to have further discussion.
That question for me or for Jeff? You're correct. So I guess that's my part of it.
Intersection improvements.
The plan that was submitted to us had those changes in eliminating the central island and reconfiguring the Harbor Street entrance off of Bridge. Is that what you're referring to, Ann?
Yeah, I didn't think that your motion, the motion that you proposed was clear that it was based on a 2017 diagram from Safe Streets. Anyway, can I move that Chuck and the Bike and Pedestrian Group be authorized to apply for a grant to reconfigure the intersection of Harbor and Bridge?
Second.
Per the plan that was submitted to us, which is drawn from Complete Streets.
I think there's been further work on that since then. And I would be perfectly willing to let somebody make improvements on it. So I don't really want to have it qualified that much.
So what I attached to my kind of memo was the Complete Street sketch. Ann is right. We have talked to the abutters, and there's been some kind of, I won't call them modifications, but that it's a working plan. I'll call it. So I would certainly commit to coming back in any event for final to be built construction plans. But the essence of the grant is the same, I think.
So what you're saying, Chuck, is that that you will be back to the board for final approval of construction plans.
Yeah, if you want to call it final approval, I'd commit to coming back to show you that. But yeah, what I really needed in the motion, I think, and to move forward with the grant application, which is due next week, would be the understanding that we're applying for the grant, and I will be back to show you what the grant is going to build should we get it.
Okay.
So
I
want
want to just make sure that there's some public vetting of this.
Yeah,
All right.
sure. Like I said, we've been talking to the abutters, and we're not trying to hide anything.
So your motion, Ann, is, it seemed very broad to me. I mean, I'm concerned about that. To make an approval for them to go ahead and make improvements to the
I think I said that he
Harvard
could,
Street, Bridge Street intersection.
he could apply for a grant to improve. Not that he could improve, but
Okay, is there a second to that motion?
I second.
You heard that, right, Jeff?
I heard that. Yeah, I'm just trying to think procedurally because we've already voted on a motion. What we do with what we voted on.
I think I might suggest that this is a clarification of the first vote to say that it involves an intersection reconfiguration, not just sidewalks.
Yeah,
Sounds
I
like
talked
a
about
comprehensive-
crosswalks because that's what the highlighted feature was. But that's what we voted on. So I think procedurally we need to take that, what we just voted on, and rescind it and replace it with what Ann's suggesting.
unfortunately, I think we voted on both projects together.
Yeah.
So if you want to start over, that's fine. You can rescind your previous vote
I think we need to rescind the previous vote and split it,
into two separate votes.
or do the language of the previous vote to incorporate the language that Ann's suggesting.
In the interest of moving this along,
Yes.
you can, how about we just hold Ann's motion, the current motion, for just a minute. And I'll make a motion that we rescind our previous vote on the combined Shared Street Grant and Harbor Street intersections. And that we instead vote to authorize the town to apply for the proposed Shared Street Grant for changes to the intersections of signage and crosswalks at Pine and Pleasant Street, and School and Pleasant Street, as well as speed feedback signs per the proposal set before us in a grant amount up to $50,000.
Second,
Okay. Roll call vote. John?
Just a clarification. So we're voting on both rescinding the initial one and replacing it with the language that has just been proposed by Eli, correct? It's all in
Yes.
one shot.
when the language of that just proposed only addresses the proposed shared street grant and doesn't touch Harbor
Right.
Street. Yeah.
Right, and at the same time, it rescinds the first one.
Right.
Okay, so it's a
I'd like to
combination.
separate those very quickly.
Okay,
So let's vote. I would like to make a motion to rescind the previous vote on the shared street grant and Harbor Street improvements.
Second,
Roll call vote. Becky,
Yes.
John,
yes,
Ann,
yes,
Eli,
Yes.
the chair votes yes. Now, Eli, reintroduce your measure just for the signage and traffic calming.
I'll make a motion that we authorize the town to pursue the proposed shared street grant addressing the intersections Pine and Pleasant Street and School and Pleasant Street with signage and crosswalk support, as well as speed feedback signs per the proposal presented to us tonight. Grant amount up to $50,000.
second,
Seconded by Ann. Roll call vote. Mr. Round,
yes,
Mr. Bowling,
Yes.
Ms. Harrison,
yes.
Ms. Jakes,
Yes.
Mr. Bodmer Turner votes yes. Go ahead, Ann.
Okay, then I move that we authorize the town to apply for a shared street for a grant to improve the intersection of Harbor and Bridge Street.
Second.
Moved by Ms. Harrison, seconded by Mr. Bowling. Any discussion? Roll call vote. Ms. Jakes,
Yes.
Ms. Harrison,
Yes,
Mr. Bowling,
Yes.
Ms. Round, Mr. Round.
yes.
Sorry, John. And the chair votes yes. Okay, we got that
Thank you.
straightened out. Thank you. And I think Alan's still awake. Our next topic is discussion and approval of dates for the annual town meeting and the June special town meeting, and discussion of articles for the annual town meeting and special town meeting. We are a half an hour behind in approaching this discussion. Mr. Wilson. You're muted.
Well, that's okay, because I have nothing to say.
Okay. What we need to do tonight is to approve dates for both meetings. And to discuss articles at least for the annual town meeting. That will by default leave some articles for the special town meeting. But let's, we discussed this at our last meeting. Would you like to move directly into a vote to set up the annual town meeting? Go ahead, Becky.
I would like to make a motion to propose the date, the first date of the annual town meeting, or the date of the annual town meeting to Monday, April 25th, 2022.
second,
Do we need a starting time?
I mean, you'll put it in your article, but I'm assuming you would start at 6:30 or 7.
It's
normally 7. That's what the bylaw specifies.
Okay. Any discussion?
I might just point out a little bit about the capacity of the space in the Memorial School. The gym has usable space of 90 by 55 for 4,950 square feet. And the cafeteria has 45 by 30 for 1,350 square feet. If we think we may need to distance 6 feet between pairs of chairs with a 20% spacing margin, that would accommodate a total of 278 people. If we have no spacing margin, in other words, 0, just 6 feet, that would accommodate 416 people, roughly. The history is that in 2019, we had 251 people for the annual town meeting. 2020, subject to COVID, we had 214. 2021, for the annual, we had 275. And for the special in the fall, which we held indoors, we had 228. So I think, even assuming that we need to space people at distance at the end of April because of COVID, we should have sufficient capacity. The school's design team tells us that at full spacing, in other words, normal spacing of 7 square feet per person, the room can accommodate almost 1,300 people. So depending on where we are with COVID, it looks to me as though we're probably okay.
Seven square feet?
That's what the design team used for full capacity.
Wow. It's like 3 1/4 by 2.
That's a little bigger than a chair.
Okay, but we don't need to get up over 1,000.
No.
All right. So you're comfortable with us going to this venue and doing it in this way?
I'm comfortable now. Who knows what conditions are going to be like 2 months from now? If there's another surge, if there's another variant, things could change overnight.
In which case, you would have the authority under, if I'm correct, MGL to postpone the meeting up to 30 days.
That's right, under Chapter 39, Section 10A.
Okay, so I think we're covered, and I think we can go ahead with our vote. So I will do a roll call vote. Unless there's any concerns that up for discussion by the board. Okay, Mr. Bowling,
Yes.
Mr. Round,
Yes.
Ms. Jakes,
Yes.
Ms. Harrison,
Yes.
Mr. Barber Turner votes yes. Special town meeting.
So I listed 2 different options in your package for you. Either a Saturday, June 18th. And if you want to do a Saturday in case you want to be outdoors, or there's plenty of daylight. It's the longest day of the year or close to it. Monday, June 20th. If you wanted to do an evening, early evening into the.
And do it outdoors?
Only if we have to. I mean, I think obviously the preference would be to be indoors still. That would certainly be more conducive to most, I believe most of the articles will be related to zoning and zoning changes. It'd be helpful to put wording up on a screen. And if there are amendments, it'd be easier to follow those amendments if we're able to put them on the screen. So the first choice is to be indoors. And hopefully we will be able to, but this would give us the option of being outdoors for what probably will be a lengthier meeting than the annual town meeting, assuming you stick to sort of the basics at the annual town meeting for the most part.
I'd like to suggest that the Saturday might be preferable in that it, as Greg said, it's likely to be a long meeting. We'll have multiple zoning amendments and the question of dispatch. It would give us a little more flexibility, assuming that we can be indoors, to deal with those fully without having to go to a second night.
Okay. So Saturday, since that's not in the bylaws, in terms of a start time, what time would you want to start?
I don't have any special expertise in what makes the most sense for the most people in terms of a Saturday start. Maybe give people the morning off and start in the early afternoon.
1 o'clock? One
Yeah.
o'clock now?
Yeah, I mean, that sounds reasonable.
Okay. Ann?
I'm curious why we are moving it so to the middle of June rather than earlier. When the further we get into June, the more people are going to be traveling or doing something else. Why those 2 dates?
Yeah, frankly, we looked at the after school was over, but depending on if we get more snow days, might not be the case anyway. So it's
well, that's my concern is once school is over, people are doing other things.
right. This would be right after, but sure, you could move it up.
It's always a roll of the dice in terms of when school will be over. The scheduled date for the last day of school is Thursday, June 16th. The scheduled date for the last day of school with 5 snow days is Wednesday, June 22nd. So we're dropping this down. It's going to be, I think there's already been at least 1 snow day. We're dropping this down in the weekend, right at the end of school. Perhaps not completely.
But a week earlier, if it's going to be on a Saturday and it's likely to be in the memorial school, would, I think, mean that more people would be free to attend. Or rather, they wouldn't have to choose between the pleasures of town meeting and going to the beach.
Are you concerned about a quorum, man?
No, I'm not concerned about a quorum. I'm concerned about getting as many citizens involved in the decision-making of the town as possible.
Well, if the decision to go to town meeting is changed by a good beach day, you know, how much do we want to accommodate that?
We always take whatever steps we can to try to convince people or try to tilt things in favor is getting as many people to come to town meeting as possible. And yeah, I can see trying to wonder about whether or not people would pick a beach day as opposed to coming to the annual town meeting. I don't like the concept very much, but yeah, I can see it being something that figures into our calculations.
Do you have any objection, Alan, to moving it up?
None. None at all.
Jeff, I'm in accord with Ann. I think it's a fair observation. A lot of people, when school is out, there are people that have vacation homes, etc., and they're gone. And you're always running the risk of a beach day, no matter what the story is. That's not a factor here. It's just a matter of when people decide to leave town for an extended holiday, or maybe for the summer. I don't know, but so long as you've got the school schedule in the middle of what's going on, people will be sticking around.
We didn't modify our Board of Selectmen meeting tonight, which is in the middle of school vacation.
Yes, I'm aware of that. Personally.
I didn't say John's vacation because John's vacation schedule is impossible to accommodate. No, I'm being serious.
Yeah.
We did not make any modifications to our meeting tonight, which is the middle of school vacation.
Jeff,
You can't compare the two.
What's that?
Yeah. You can't really compare the two. And the one is a single, very major meeting involving the legislative body of the town. And it's one, we're presenting a single date on which those people can choose to come. And I think it's incumbent on us to arrange things so that as much as people can, they have the biggest and best opportunity to do that.
Okay,
This meeting is a.
So I would like to suggest, since we're not pressed for time, that we table this until our next meeting. The reason being that we need to talk to the schools about the availability of the facilities at that time of the year, because there are a lot of special events that happen at school as well. And I don't want to be in conflict with those special events at school. So if it's okay with everybody on the board, let's roll this over until the 7th for a simple vote after we have an opportunity to check with the schools.
And in checking with the schools, we should also, I think, maintain the option of holding it outdoors. Not that anybody wants to do that, but if we get the worst news possible for COVID, we have another surge, another variant, whatever, we may very well want to have the choice to go outdoors.
Yep. Okay. So our proposed dates to address the concerns that have been raised by the board would move up a week. Is that enough, Ann? Monday the 13th or Saturday the 11th as options?
That's as my concern is with people leaving town as soon as school's over. So yes, a 1 week would be plenty.
Okay. I just need to know which dates I'm checking with.
You might check with 2 different weeks in case we can find that the school is available 1 week and not available the other.
Yeah, but I'm looking for a starting point, that's all. Okay. Is it consensus of the board that we move this to the 7th? Yes.
I don't know when. Yes, but I don't know when high school graduation is, but it's usually in early June.
Graduation's.
Well, before that.
Yeah.
Okay. It's usually a June.
Graduation's the 3rd.
Okay, we're fine.
You want to move before that?
No.
Okay. So that would eliminate the 4th. We might be able to move to the 6th on Monday night.
Why would it eliminate the 4th?
Because there may be family plans for graduation. Am I making another assumption that's incorrect?
I don't know. I don't think necessarily. I think probably there are some logistic problems with potential logistic problems with backing those two events right up on top of each other. But especially if we hold one out, if they end up both being outdoors.
Okay. So we'll take this up on the 7th. What about articles? Annual town meeting. We've talked previously about the budget and all the articles associated with the budget. The standard articles. Accepting reports, etc. Are we going to take up any other articles?
Well, I think the planning board was asking about the LCD article, right?
Yeah.
Whether or not it would fall in ATM or STM.
Yep.
There was talk of the room tax.
Do we want to take that up?
I don't object to taking that one up. I think our needs for really compressing the meeting in the previous early in the pandemic are not quite as strong. I think setting ourselves up for, a 6-hour meeting is not a good idea, but I can see us taking up a couple of things that we otherwise wouldn't want to have in our hair during the zoning, the special town meeting.
Mhm. There's an article for changing the name of the Board of Selectmen to the Select Board.
I would be in favor of bringing that up now. I mean, it's the annual town meeting. I don't think that's going to be problematic.
No, I wouldn't imagine it would be difficult at all to do that one. Alan, are you going to be using the consent? Oh boy.
Consent calendar.
Thank you.
Probably not, given that there's really nothing that would, I think from what you just said, the only thing that would go in the consent calendar would be receiving and placing on file the annual report. And there's really no reason to put that in a consent calendar as opposed to just voting it by itself.
Yeah, okay.
I think everything else will take some discussion.
Are there any other amendments that we've left off of this? This is a preliminary list. It's not the definitive list. We'll need to shape it up at our next meeting for sure.
Well, and it's still open for citizen petitions for another couple of weeks.
Sure. Citizen petitions are 30 days?
60.
60.
So we have another couple days.
We have until Monday.
Uh, 28.
No, we have until Friday.
Friday.
Or actually, 60 days would fall on February 27th, wouldn't it?
count.
Well, 31 in March and 28 in
Yeah,
in
Yeah,
April.
yeah.
That's 59.
24 in April.
yeah, 24 in April. And 31 in March,
55. So
5 days back, so the 23rd, which is
23rd.
tomorrow.
Tomorrow.
There was a date in the cricket, which I think was not the 23rd, but I could be wrong.
Well, I know Tiffany listed it as the 23rd in a few of the updates.
Did she? Okay, I may just be mistaken. I for some reason I was recalling the 24th, but
And we need to verify that, just the date. Jeff, there were a couple of other items,
Sure.
and this is just reading over what, Greg's memo, which, the fire chief wanted to put forth a local option of requiring sprinkler systems for various uses. And then the possibility of amending the bylaw regarding the date of annual town meeting, moving that to the last Monday in April, not the first. So do we want those on ATM? I don't think any of those are going to be onerous.
Moving the date for the annual town meeting may have been facilitated by all the changes in annual town meeting resulting from COVID.
No, but I think.
But those kinds of changes, that have been tradition in the town for so long. It's hard to predict how much discussion there'll be on that.
Well, they've been tradition. However, I think, time required in terms of getting budgets together.
Sure, absolutely.
Requires a little bit, perhaps a little more time. But you're right, that could, but I just don't see that people are going to be arguing first Monday, last Monday. However.
No, I agree. I don't think they are. It's not like we have tailgate parties wrapped around this particular date.
The reason that has been given in the past is that if the town meeting votes to put something on the ballot, there isn't time to put it on the ballot for the regular town election if we have it at the end of the month, if we have the annual town meeting at the end of April.
Mhm.
How does Essex do it?
Essex prepares their ballot in advance, and if something happens, they have to have a second election.
Yeah.
It's a null and void vote. If they put on the ballot and it is not approved at the town meeting, then it's a null and void vote on the ballot.
The question is less that the town meeting fails to support something that goes on the ballot than if the town meeting votes to put something on the ballot. That something happens at town meeting that will affect the ballot.
Right. And we fall into a special category because spending measures over a certain amount always have to go on. So when we bond, we have to put it on the ballot. And we're the only municipality that has to do that.
well, and there's also the option under that special act for town meeting to vote to put something on the ballot that isn't required to go on the ballot. In other words, a measure other than a debt issuance in excess of $1 million. That's always an option for our town meeting.
So I think it's a 35-day notice in terms of the ballot. So I don't know if you want to talk about changing the election date, or you stick with, You stick with the first Monday.
It's a 35
We-
day.
35 days.
We have, since we have had this shared school system, we've tried to have the election very close to Essex's election.
Right.
Right.
Well, 35 days from, and that's calendar days, right? Craig,
Yes, it is.
all right, 35 days from the last Monday of the month.
Depends when it falls, but yeah,
It really depends on when it falls.
yeah.
I mean, the earliest that it can fall is the 24th. But still, even the last Monday of the month could be the 30th. And then 35 days would bring you into June.
Right. Yeah, exactly.
Well, I think we need to talk about that in terms of an article to move the date for annual town meeting permanently. I don't want to, I mean, we're just flushing things out here. We aren't doing our final warrant.
My guess, and it's only that, is that the turnout for the special town meeting in June is likely to be higher than for the annual town meeting.
And it could be a very real question about whether planning board changes in the zoning law and or issues related to dispatch landed on the ballot.
Well, I'm just suggesting that that might argue for taking up the date of the annual town meeting at the special rather than the annual. The more people you can have helping to make that decision, the better, I suspect.
And that would be okay if we make the assumption that it's a relatively quick discussion.
Yeah, although I think that special meeting is going to be long anyway.
It is, yeah, there's no question.
Okay, we'll take that into consideration, Al. I think that's a good point.
So just a guess on my part.
Yeah. All right. I think we should move on to our next item. There's no other questions related to town meeting.
Did we want to say anything for special town meeting? I mean, we just sort of cursorily did, zoning, dispatch, and potential change of ATM date. Is there anything else for special town meeting?
Not that I'm aware of.
Other than if we have to reconsider the school budget thing. And that was a very highly technical and specific term thing.
I'm sorry, Becky, what are you referring to? The school budget thing.
In Greg's memo, where depending on possibly needing an alternative budget.
Right.
Not a brilliant brainchild of mine. I'm just reading Greg's notes.
Yeah, a lot of speculation. It's hard to say.
I guess we're not having to finalize tonight anyway, though, huh?
Right.
Okay, thank you.
Okay. Move on to,
Mr. Chairman, if I may, I will bid you all a good evening.
thank you, Mr. Wilson.
My pleasure.
Night, Alan. Thank you.
Bye-bye. You're welcome. Thank you.
Budget discussions of public safety and public health staffing. Greg, you want to cue this up?
Sure, thank you, Jeff. Just take it one at a time. So in the fire department, there's a request that I think was favorably received by the finance committee to backfill the existing officer position who's been out on injured leave. So we've been without that position for a number of years now. And with police reform in particular, where it is likely for us to lose at least some of our reserve officers, it would be very helpful to have that position active. And so backfilling it with a new hire would be very helpful. Finance committee hasn't made a final decision on that, but I think it's fair to say that they expressed some support for going forward with that. On the fire side, there's a desire from the department to get to a staffing model that has 4 firefighters on each shift. Currently, we have 3, and we use a floater to backfill one of those 3 when one of them might be out on leave, whether vacation or sick time. So there are different models to try to get to 4. If we hired 3 new people and move the floater to one of the shifts, that would give us 4 on. And then if someone was out on leave, we would drop down to 3. And under that model, so they'll be hiring 3 new people. Under that model, you would fall back to 3 about 40% of the time, given leave time that people typically take between vacation and sick time. Another way to say it is that 60% of the time you would have 4 on. The desire for 4 on is predicated on a couple of things. One, when there are back-to-back calls, whether it's 2 ambulance calls, second ambulance call while the first ambulance call is still in progress, or if you have an ambulance call and a fire call. That happens 4 to 6 times a month, typically. And so having 4 on means that you could respond to both calls immediately without having to wait for either mutual aid or a callback. And then the other strong reason for advocating for 4 on is that there's a national standard is typically referred to as the 2 in, 2 out rule, where you have an active structure fire, you should not send any firefighters into a burning building unless you have people outside who can provide support. So you want two going in so that they can support each other on the interior, and you want two out supporting those two that are in case anything goes awry and you need to effect a rescue. So providing a 4-on allows that compliance with the 2 and 2 out standard, and also provides immediate response to either an active fire or a back-to-back calls if they're ambulance calls. There's the possibility of securing a SAFER grant. That's a federal grant that would provide full funding for the new hires for 3 years, but then the community is responsible for picking up the tab beginning in year 4, 100% of the tab. So it's 100% covered by the grant for the first 3 years, and then the community is on their own after that. There are other models. If we went to hiring 4 new people, that would allow us to keep the floater and obviously increase the number of times then that there are 4 on. And so that would require 4 new hires. If you went to 5 new hires, then you would have 2 floaters to provide basically a guaranteed 4 on every shift. So that's a discussion that is right for you to have, and the Chief Clary can certainly answer questions that you may have as well. The third area for staffing increase is with the Board of Health. They would like to move to having a health agent. The town has been without a health agent for some 30 years or so. We used to have an agent either on our own or shared with Essex. We went to the current model when the shared position with Essex sort of dissolved and was not working well. I wasn't here obviously for those times, but others were and can speak more directly to that. Nonetheless, we've done fairly well with the current status, but I think things are changing. And certainly the pandemic has highlighted some of the under-resourcing of public health departments across the country. And we are no exception to that. We've been really a bare bones operation, getting by, but not able to handle things like pandemics. And I think given the likelihood of infectious diseases being more in our future with climate change, et cetera, that it warrants a retooling and a reorganization. And so the Board of Health has discussed 2 different models. One is a part-time health agent, and bringing on someone who could handle either the sort of food and housing inspection aspects of the Board of Health and continuing with our contracted services for Title V, or flip it and bring a half-time agent on who is well-versed in Title V, but perhaps doesn't have the expertise to do the food inspections, restaurant inspections, and housing inspections, and continue to contract out that service. The Board of Health tends to favor that model. I think they feel that it would be easier to find somebody with one expertise or the other. It'd be more difficult to find someone who has that full breadth of expertise. And so they, I think they lean towards, no, I know they lean towards a half-time, part-time model, bringing on a health agent and keeping our current staff in place, bolstering our public health nurse a couple of hours a week. We're currently at 10. And under any scenario, the proposal would be to go to 12 hours a week for the health nurse. The the going to a full-time agent. Again, as I said, may be difficult to find that person who has that breadth of skill, and obviously is a bit more expensive to go that route, assuming you keep other staff at their current levels. So those are the three areas that I wanted to make sure that you had some time to think about. As I say, the Finance Committee has heard all three. They haven't discussed in any depth yet the staffing at at the fire station, nor have they discussed in detail the proposal from the Board of Health. They've listened to both of those proposals from the fire chief and from the Board of Health, and will be taking up their more in-depth discussion this week and perhaps beyond. But it'd be helpful to hear your initial thoughts on these three needs, and to hear your suggestions on how we might move forward on this and how we make a final decision.
I'd like to bring it to the board's attention that Greg and I have already talked about this, that the spreadsheet that you received in your packet, and I think was posted online for the Board of Health changes, has been updated. And I'm not sure, Greg, did you get the update out to people before this meeting?
Yes, yes.
So you
We
should have
can put it
received
up.
around 4:30 this afternoon an update. Okay. I have one question that I would like to start out with for either Greg or Chief Cleary, which is we're relying on the SAFER grant to come through to support a change in firefighters. And Greg, you listed in your memo as strong possibility. You said that again tonight. What happens if that doesn't come through?
I can speak to that.
Go ahead.
Yeah, with the discussion I had with the Finance Committee, in my original budget that I proposed, I had enough salary in there as a placeholder for one firefighter, not knowing the outcome of the SAFER grant. And when I submitted to Greg, he cut that money out to bring my salary down to 2.3%. When I spoke with the Finance Committee, they came up with a proposal to accept the SAFER grant if it was awarded, but in the event the SAFER grant wasn't awarded, that I would be able to hire one firefighter as a second floater. And then in potential subsequent years, I could go for a SAFER grant again to complete the 2 in, 2 out and go to 4 on shift. And they proposed that being a warrant article as an either or. If the warrant article is approved, we get the SAFER grant, we can hire 3 or 4. If they approve the warrant article, I don't get the SAFER grant, I can hire 1. My concern with that is if the warrant article doesn't get approved, I get 0, and we're no closer to the 4 on shift. So one of the proposals might be if the Finance Committee considered adding another $30,000 to my budget, I could take $60,000 out of the overtime budget and have enough money to finance the hiring of a single firefighter. But that was not the primary hire. It was a fallback position.
Okay.
So that it wasn't all or nothing and a gamble on the SAFER grant.
Okay, so the Finance Committee proposed to you that they would support a single position out of tax revenues if you were not going to get, if for some reason the SAFER grant didn't come through.
Yes, they were proposing it as a warrant article, that the article would need to be approved. And if I didn't get the SAFER grant, I could hire. The corollary to that is if the warrant article to accept the SAFER grant and the one firefighter was not approved, there's currently no money in my budget to hire any firefighters. So the theory would be there would be no hire for fiscal year 23.
So under this model, the budget would be, your budget would be increased by $30,000 and that's the amount that would be approved at annual town meeting with the presumption and hope that the grant goes through. And the question, and then what would happen at that point is if the grant went through, the 30,000 would not be used by you.
Yeah.
And I can tell you that that is going to require some explaining at town meeting that may be a little bit challenging.
That's fine. That's just the way the finance committee had framed it during our discussion.
Yeah.
Right. As I say, without making a final decision, they were just kicking around ideas.
Right.
Yeah.
Okay. I just wanted to check in with what the backup plan was for
Sure. Thank you.
not getting the safer grant. Becky.
I have a few questions, one for Chief Cleary, one for Chief Fitzgerald, another, I guess Greg would answer about the Board of Health. So I'll start with that one, with the Board of Health. With the Board of Health, Greg, is there, having listened in on the meeting regarding hiring and with the Board of Health agent and the difficulty getting somebody, does it make it any more difficult to try to get someone part-time as opposed to full-time? I mean, just, are there more people looking for full-time or part-time?
Yeah, it's a good question, Beck. I tried to answer that definitively. I think you can argue it both ways. So yes, it may be that it's harder to find someone part-time. I know that right now people are having a hard time hiring anybody, so it's a challenging market right now, and a number of health agents positions have gone vacant. COVID burnt people out, and there's not a lot of young people going into the field. I'll put a plug in any young people out there. It's a field that I think has a good future, and so I don't have a definitive answer for you. It could go either way.
Well, the other question is, do we have anybody in-house who qualifies?
I think we do have someone in-house who qualifies. They haven't. In the final analysis, I think they're happy to stay where they are.
Okay.
That's my understanding.
Thank you. Thank you, Greg. My next question, I guess, for Chief Cleary, I have a couple. Talking about the national standards.
Yes.
The 2 on, 2 off.
Yeah.
Does that have any direct, whether we meet that standard or not, does that have any direct impact on any credentialing or funding for the department?
It doesn't have any impact on credentialing. It is an OSHA standard. So if we were to not meet it, and for some reason a firefighter was injured or killed, then you'd be subject to OSHA fine, because it's still a national standard whether you accept it and meet it or not. So there could be significant fines associated with, and fire departments have been fined by OSHA for various violations. There was a fatal fire up in Maine a couple of years ago, up in Farmington, Maine, with a gas explosion. And I think they had somewhere in the neighborhood of $60,000 in fines because OSHA fined them because of some equipment failures and inspection of equipment failures and things like that. So we're not immune from that if we choose not to meet it.
Okay. My other question regarding the hiring and the safer grants, have we probably have, but have we looked at staggering the hires and staggering the safer grants so that we don't get slammed all at one time?
Well, there is an operational period. I don't have the number in front of me that the grant has to be administered and applied within. I don't have those numbers in front of me, but I can get those to you.
That'd be great. Thank you.
The challenge is it's very competitive, and it takes a lot to run a hiring process. And usually in a good environment, we would have a hiring process and have people on an eligibility list. But the competition for firefighter paramedics is so high that you could go through all that. And if you only hired one, I guarantee you anybody else on the list would be gone by the time it was to hire again. So
I don't doubt that. Just having to balance what we,
Oh, sure. Understandable.
So, yeah, I'd love to
Chief,
get that information.
I
Sorry,
think,
go
Chief,
ahead.
you indicated that we would be more likely to receive a safer grant if we are applying for a sufficient number to get to the 4 on.
Right, you would have to
level.
accept it because the safer grant would not allow you to stagger it too much over time in the sense that they only award it so that you can meet the standard. Like we couldn't take one firefighter this year and give the safer grant back and try to go for it again, because then we wouldn't be awarded it. We need to accept the amount of people that bring us up to the 2 in, 2 out standard. So I don't know that you could stagger it over 3 or 4 years, because you need to get them because they want you to get to that standard as quickly as possible.
So who actually provides the safer grant?
It's through FEMA and the Department of Homeland Security. And this year, and only this year, the federal government has put in an additional $200 million into the safer grant. So that means the likelihood of more departments being awarded is increased this year. That 200 million was not there last year, and it won't be put in again next year. And based on the people I've talked to at FEMA, our demographics and the fact that we don't meet 2 in, 2 out make us an extremely likely candidate to get this awarded because we can achieve that goal.
Can you clarify, Jason, I'm sorry, Becky, if the money's here this year but not here next year, does that mean that they would not support that extra position the next year? Or if you get the grant, you definitely have the money for 3 years?
Yes, no, if you get the grant, you get the money for 3 years.
Okay.
So,
Thank
but
you.
if we turn down the grant for some reason, we would have to reapply next year, and we couldn't just take one firefighter out of this grant because it doesn't meet the standard. We would have to take a minimum of 3, even though I applied for 4, in order for us to get the staffing up to 4 a shift.
Yep, okay.
But you could apply for 3 as opposed to 4 at this point.
I've already applied for 4, but we could take 3. We can't take anything less that will meet the standard. So with the shifting of the floater and assigning them to shift and taking 3, we could go to 4 shifts of 4. And if we wanted to add the floater position in to offset and keep the staffing at 4, then we could accept the 4 positions and still have a floater position.
Thank you, Chief.
Thank you.
Okay, so my next question goes to Chief Fitzgerald. Good evening, Todd.
Good evening.
And my question, looking at a new hire, regarding, I guess I'm just kind of curious about the resource officer. Do we get, what happens during summer vacation, or how many days a week is the resource officer obligated to school, or how is the structuring of the resource officer?
So it's from the beginning of school to the end of school. She is there 5 days a week. Obviously, when there's school vacation week, she has the choice of coming back here and working on patrol, or she takes her own paid time off In the summertime, typically she's been coming back and working the day shift as a patrol officer.
And so she actually gets the choice of or the resource officer, whomever it is at any given time. They can choose whether they come back to the department. Is there any, I mean, any way that could be factored in to help? And what are the hours? Is the resource officer at the school Monday through Friday, whatever?
Yeah,
the
Monday
school
through Friday during school hours. Typically, she works a 7:30 to 3:30 shift. You know, and she's allowed to take her paid time off per her collective bargaining, you know, agreement, as long as she's eligible and we're not short-staffed here.
But, okay, so if we are short-staffed, how do we, I mean, we are short-staffed, right?
Yeah. So by the collective bargaining, you know, agreement, they're allowed to have one full-time officer off on paid time leave per shift. She does not factor into that because she right now during the school year, she is assigned to the school.
And then again, I'm sorry, tell me again about summer. She comes
Summer,
back.
she comes back and she's a regular patrol officer on the day shift.
I'm just making notes. Thank
Yep.
you. There was another question, but it's gone. Thank you.
Okay.
Any other questions from the board?
Yeah, Jeff, I have one for Chief Cleary, I guess. He did clarify something a little bit earlier with regard to getting 2 in, well, I guess 4 on at all times, and with three extra firefighters. The notes say you can make it 60% of the time, and then the rest of the time you backfill with overtime, etc. Am I interpreting that correct, Chief Cleary?
What it would mean is we would go to 4 shifts of 4 firefighters.
Right.
If one person was out, that shift would drop to 3. We wouldn't have to hire overtime till 2 people were out on a shift. However, with the amount of leave that each of the firefighters are awarded, if they take that leave, we would continually drop to 3, 40% of the time.
How does that set you up in terms of a safer grant? And
as long as we go to 4 and do our best to maintain the 4, we do not have to guarantee 100% of the time.
Okay, that's not going to be a disadvantage in an application.
No, the application's already been in and is already under review.
All right.
So they already have all the demographics and they understand the potential shift options we have.
Okay.
So that shouldn't be a stumbling block.
All right. I understand the math.
There you go. Thank you.
Any other questions from the board on personnel changes?
Yeah, and this is for Chief Cleary. Did I understand correctly that the Finance Committee is suggesting that one way of presenting your increased budget, making it dependent on the receipt of a safer grant, is to have it be a separate warrant article, not part of the budget?
That was my understanding.
Okay. Well,
I could be wrong. I know Greg was there. That's what it sounded like to me, that my proposal would need to be voted on. I'm not sure
well,
where.
no, the budget is voted on.
Right, but they seem to be putting this separate. So I don't know whether it was separate part of the budget or separate standalone by itself.
I've never heard of, I don't think we've ever, and in my memory, ever done anything like that, splitting out part of the operational budget into a separate article. I don't even know And
It is, right, so you can do, in essence, it's a supplemental. If you can sort of consider it as a supplemental addition to the budget. However, that may be problematic having it contingent on the outcome of something else. In this case, on the outcome of a grant. I have to do a little more homework on that question in terms of the legalities of having a contingent vote like that.
I've never seen, I don't remember a budget that had branches.
Yeah,
Right.
I think it's
So
going to be just amazingly challenging to present that.
Problem would appear to be that if you commit to the position with 30,000 in additional funds, you're taking from your overtime pay. And if you get the SAFER grant, that overtime pay is going to be really necessary to cover shifts when there are 3 on a shift. Or less than 3. Less than 3.
Less than 3.
Yeah, that doesn't happen very often because only one firefighter is allowed to take vacation. The only time
But
we
you
would have a
can't,
second
you can't
person.
predict illness.
No, that's what I was going to say. That's the only other factor that gets a second day off.
Or God forbid, injury on the job.
Right.
Right, and traditionally, we've had to cover those sort of situations with reserve funds or savings elsewhere in a budget.
Yeah. And part of the reason that I was looking to cut the call department out and cut their budget was to reallocate that $30,000 that wasn't working for part-time firefighters and putting it towards another full-time firefighter position as part of my budget.
So you would be drawing from 2 sources, your overtime budget and the call firefighters budget?
Well, yeah, because the call firefighters budget I have zeroed out. So that was $30,000 that I was not allocating in there in the next budget to pay for any call firefighters.
So is the 30,000 that Finance Committee is proposing with you providing 60,000 out of the overtime budget? Is that 30,000 what's existing currently in your call firefighters budget?
The 30,000 is not in the budget I submitted. The 30,000 has been taken out regardless, because funding the call department was not cost effective. So the logic going into it was to do away with the call department and do away with the $30,000 of funding.
And then Finance says, okay, we'll give you back that 30,000.
Well, they haven't said that yet. That's a conversation Greg and I had, because I was still trying to find money within the budget to be able to have one placeholder so that it wasn't an all or nothing.
Yeah, okay.
But they would have the ability to put that in if that's an option they chose to exercise.
Okay. Well, we'll look forward to the next time this is discussed at Finance Committee.
I believe it'll be this Thursday.
Eli, did you have another thought you wanted to raise on this?
Oh, I'm just trying to, well, Ann's comment about branches in the budget, I'm just trying to imagine ways that we can structure this without requiring that aspect. That to me seems to be a really challenging point to run through in town meeting. You want a discussion that's going to take a long time, that's going to produce it. it's going to be confusing. So I think I'll be there at the Thursday meeting.
So one of the thoughts on having an article about the additional officers, firefighters through the SAFER grant was to get a sense of the voters that they're willing to eventually then pay for those firefighters once the SAFER grant is over. So
yeah,
that was some of the thinking behind let's have an article that focuses on hiring up to 4 new officers through application of a SAFER grant.
Yep.
Honestly, the challenge from my perspective is it's hard if you're trying to hire people in a super competitive market to tell them they have a job for 3 years and that's it. Or in year 3, they may not have a job in year 4, which means if they come here in year 1, they're going to have their eye open for the next 2 years as to where they're going to go, where they're guaranteed long-term employment. So that makes it sticky if year 4 isn't guaranteed or can't be guaranteed in some way, or at least look favorable in some way. That when the grant money disappears, their jobs don't disappear at the same time.
So if we go down the path of if we accept the SAFER grant, we have to be committed to following through on it.
I agree. I think that's the only way to go. I concur 100%.
So the extra 30K that's currently proposed to sit in the budget to handle the case where you don't get the SAFER grant. Is it possible to handle that after the fact with a reserve fund transfer, or is that outside of the scope of?
When do you hear about the SAFER, Chief?
It may not be till May or potentially June.
I was going to say, if it's in May, then you could actually do a supplement in June at the special town meeting. If the timing worked out.
Yes, and that timing has been very hit or miss. I think it's a little more on target, but throughout COVID, it's been 2 to 6 months delayed in a lot of their decisions. I think they're back on track, but still no guarantee.
This is a grant that was in the currently functioning fiscal year, right?
Yes. Yeah, it gets awarded this year.
Will?
Any further discussion? Okay, then I'd like to move on. The next item is BOS policies review. And Greg, I thought we had discussed not putting this into the agenda because we have
waiting until the 7th.
Some of this was being rolled over to the 7th.
Yeah. And I misunderstood then.
Okay. Because there were no new policies to be reviewed tonight. And
there are 2 policies that we had looked at that were not terribly complicated, but I don't mind rolling over. I'm going to suggest we try something different for the 7th, and that is I will go through and pick policies that require minimal changes. Changing executive secretary to town administrator, and see if we can't clean up 5 or 6 of them at one meeting. And then come back and deal with the more problematic. I think the town council one is going to be somewhat problematic. The hearing procedures seem very straightforward. So I have them here if you want, or we can take this up on the 7th. And if we take it up on the 7th, I suggest that I get, with Eli and Greg's help, a packet of stuff that we can probably agree to simply.
Okay. I can go with that plan. I think that makes sense. Becky's nodding her head. John's nodding out. You with us, John?
I'm there.
Good. I definitely can go with that. Yeah. That makes a lot of sense. Okay. COVID update. The most recent data that we have is at 12:02 today. And there have been 14 total cases through February 22nd. 1 currently active case. And in terms of metrics, we're under 25 cases. Essex County recent positivity rates remain below 15% currently at 3.4. Manchester by the Sea's positivity at 3.7. And that's through February 12th. Hospitalizations, 85% as of 2/22, down from 89%. Of the 60 staffed adult ICU beds, 44 are non-COVID and 7 are COVID. There was a mistake in the previous report from the public health nurse last week that indicated that ICU beds were down to 80%, and that was an error. They were at 89, coming down from 94 the previous month. Vaccination status is basically unchanged. So that's the current stats as of this morning. The school has voted to follow the state of Massachusetts guidelines on rescinding the mask mandate in the schools, starting on February 28th at the end of school vacation. The Board of Health voted on the 10th, I believe, to move from mandated masks in indoor public buildings, publicly accessed buildings indoors, to strongly recommended. And what we have before us tonight is that we had voted on a separate policy for town hall masking and what we want to do about that. And then I'll have Greg do the update on hybrid meetings. So any discussion of the town hall mandate?
Yeah. I don't think given the other policies around us in our community and the current state of affairs, that we benefit, that we can provide any real tangible benefit by continuing a mandate within town buildings. So I'm inclined that we make that optional at this point.
Great.
As noted in Greg's memo, they will not remove the counter barriers.
I
from
think
town
that's
hall.
a good idea.
Mhm.
I think that's a very good idea.
Any other thoughts on the town hall mandate for masks?
Are we discussing in-person meetings as well? Because that was a ancillary aspect of the decision we made a little while ago, that we are going to prohibit boards and committees from having in-person meetings in town hall.
Well, there was a mask mandate.
Right. Well, that's true. We did make it contingent, didn't we?
We can continue to say no public meetings in town hall. Separate from the mask mandate. We could do that tonight.
Yeah, I'm not sure.
We need an update from Greg on where we are with hybrid meetings.
Can we do
So
some- I'm
the
sorry.
short update. I'm sorry, Becky, you want to go ahead?
No, I'm sorry.
Either way. So in terms of hybrid meetings, we are able to provide that in room 5, though because of its that equipment is also tied into live broadcasting through 1623 studios. It is a little more complicated to run, and it's best to have a 1623 studio staff member. And they have agreed to provide that for some of the meetings, but not all. Your meetings, planning board meetings, ZBA meetings. We are working towards getting room 7 set up as a hybrid meeting room. That part, we have all the parts except for one critical sound component that has been back ordered because of supply chain issues. We were told that they were hopeful that it would come in by the end of this month. I haven't heard from them this week yet, whether they have any updated news for us. Hopefully that does arrive soon, and that would make it easy for any board to have a hybrid meeting in room 7. It's basically a large computer screen that operates just like we're doing right now, on a large screen that the in-person attendees all can see, and the people who are attending virtually, they can see everybody in the meeting room.
I have a question, actually, since we have Sarah Mellish here. For a little while, I think 1 or 2 meetings, some of the 40B meetings were in person, and then that stopped. Is there a benefit and a desire to go back to having the hybrid meetings for the 40B meetings for the ZBA?
Sarah, if you'd like to respond to Eli's question.
There is a definite desire. The challenge I have is that we're running out of time, and that no member can miss more than one meeting and still vote on the ultimate decision. So there's a certain benefit of having a Zoom availability for people who are traveling on business. So I'm conflicted. Life isn't easy. But I have enormous pressure from my board to meet in person.
I want to take Sarah's point and roll back to something Greg just said. 1623 said that they would support certain boards. We have mandated or are in the process of mandating recording by more than the boards you mentioned. Planning, Concom, ZBA, BOS, BOH, HTC. We're going to need, are we going to need support for those boards to go to a hybrid structure?
So they know if they're in room 7, which is an easy setup. It'll be a hybrid meeting on Zoom and recorded on Zoom. If we need to use room 5, we're going to either need to do some in-house training and get someone available to provide that support when 1623 can't, or work with 1623 for them to support additional meetings.
Do we pay them to do that support?
Well, indirectly. I mean, they receive monies from all of our subscribers to Comcast or Xfinity. So they receive money, 5%, something like 5% of your fee, your monthly fee goes to them. And that's how they provide that support.
Okay. Ron, you get your hand up?
Yeah, just the definition of hybrid meeting. Does that mean all board members are present in town hall and then the audience is remote? Or can it be a mixture of board members remote and audience remote?
So it potentially can be a combination of board members present and remote if the town adopts provision of state law that allows remote participation. Once we get out of the emergency of COVID. So going forward, if you want to have the option of board members, committee members also being remote, then we will need to adopt formally that local option that allows remote participation.
Okay, thank you.
And that's adopted at town meeting or by the selectmen?
I believe it's a selectman adoption.
Oh. That's convenient.
Because you're saying that we could do that now. That is what Sarah was saying of having people sign in on Zoom who are board members because of the COVID situation. But is that part of the governor's emergency declaration?
So right now, we're meeting now on an emergency declaration to allow not being present in a meeting room. Going forward, I believe, I'll have to double check, I believe a majority of the board, if you adopt the local option to allow remote participation, a majority of the board needs to be present, physically present. And others, a minority can be participating virtually. Or remotely is the language of the statute.
And what's the contingency for right now under the emergency declaration? And
It's been extended to July, I believe.
to the beginning of July, July 1st?
I believe so. They just passed, it was going to end in April, but I believe they extended it until July. I'll double check that. But I think that's what the recent
Okay.
COVID amendment that he approved last week, I believe it was.
Okay. Sarah, you had your hand up first.
Yeah, I agree with Greg that majority of the board, we need to have a majority of the board in person for a hybrid meeting.
The question is, how does that get decided?
Right, so we, you know, for ZBA, we have 5 members, we need 3 in person. We have 2 alternates.
Okay. My question is, how does that get decided if 3 members want to go by Zoom?
We're in trouble.
Right. After July 1, you're in trouble.
Yeah, you know.
You can't do it, is the bottom line.
Okay.
Join
After
my
July
club.
1, you can't do it at all, Greg, unless we adopt
Right.
that special provision.
Correct.
Okay. Ann, you had your hand up.
Right. Through you, Jeff, may I ask Sarah, what her board members see as the advantage or the importance? Why is meeting in person important to them? It's just a curiosity question. I always been remote on the Board of Selectmen. Sarah?
Sarah,
Jeffrey?
did you hear Ann's question?
Yes. So when the zoning board of appeals is reviewing plans, there's a lot of alterations, and they feel there's an enormous benefit to meeting in person to review the plans. The digital copies are very small, and they want to look at large plans, and they feel they need to be in person. It's a huge issue with them. Maybe we need to move into the 21st century, but it's a huge issue.
Thank you very much.
Sarah, and actually, let me address this to Greg. Greg, are we talking about boards only, or boards and applicants in the case of the ZBA and the planning board?
So we had talked about applicants being in person as well.
And what about abutters?
No. Just in terms of, you know, where do you cut it off? They would participate virtually. I mean, once COVID is over, you could certainly revisit that.
COVID's not going to be over. I mean, it's gonna be with us for years. Hopefully, the status shifts from pandemic to endemic,
right?
Like flu and allergies, et cetera. But to say that COVID will be over, I think we can't get there. And I'm concerned about an advantage or a disadvantage that happens to abutters under those circumstances.
So you can certainly allow that. There was a question, when we had talked about it originally, it was still when COVID was pretty, pretty rampant. And so we were trying to limit the number of people physically in a room.
I understand. I'm
So-
very clear on why we talked about that and tried to limit the people.
Right. So you can certainly revisit that question.
Sarah, would you like to comment on that?
Yes, we certainly have an enormous issue with the butters that they cannot fully understand the projects being presented. Unless they contact town hall, they don't have the opportunity to see the plans. And if they're in person, which we were many years ago, they get to see the applicant present the plans and respond to the plans presented. So it's a completely different scenario. Many of our decisions are not controversial, but I would say 20% are. And the abutters want the opportunity to see the plans in detail. And I don't know how to make them more accessible to the abutters.
So actually, the Zoom technology makes it so that they are more accessible. You can actually view a plan on a screen better than you can from the back of a room.
Yeah, my challenge is, Greg, that I can't run a meeting and present the plans on Zoom, because if I present the plans on Zoom, I can't see anybody in the meeting.
Well, you'll still see the people who raise their hands.
I can't see them. Might be my challenge, but I can't see them.
Yeah, they should pop to the front of the
No.
line.
If I have my screen on, if I share my screen, I don't see any participants.
Yeah,
That may be me, but that's what I'm challenged.
There's a way to have a view of the key speakers, but that's a detail we can talk about.
Okay.
Okay, Becky.
I actually have a few comments, and one, if I may, I have a question for Sarah.
Go ahead, Becky.
That is, do you all not receive the plans in hard copy? Can't you go to town hall and get plans, the original large plans?
We do receive the plans in hard copy. And we receive electronic copies.
So how then, I mean, and I'm
But
just.
the abutters don't have them unless they contact Gail Hunter to obtain copies.
Well, I'm just not, that's a tiny thing. I don't want to go down this rabbit hole with it, but my personal experience from having been on the planning board was that most people don't really understand them anyway. And if you are, whether you're meeting in person or on Zoom, and they have access to look at the plans and have them explained to them on Zoom, once we've all figured out how to be able to see the plans and the people, which I'll have to learn too. But I think that to meet in person at this point, to allow an abutter to see the plans up close and personal, I think there are ways that can be handled without it having to be in person. But that was just, I just wanted to ask if you all got the hard copies. Another concern I have is just over as Greg alluded to, how many people are safe to have in a meeting at any given time? And that does concern me at this point in terms of pandemic or endemic. But if we do stay with hybrid, is there any way to ensure that board members on a hybrid meeting, the board members are visible, if not all the time, then most of the time? And I had my few moments as I was having my dinner that I turned off my camera this evening. But I think that it should be, board members should be visible to the community.
Okay, that's an important issue. It's a little bit separate from where we are in this discussion about who's present in board meetings.
Well, if we're discussing hybrid meeting, that's what I mean. I just.
In a hybrid meeting.
Right, in a hybrid meeting.
Yes, they'd all be visible.
Are we able to mandate that, say that if you're going to choose not to be in person?
That's actually part of, that's part of the current emergency measures, is that board members are to have their video on.
That's interesting.
Greg, aside from the Board of Selectmen, I don't see that that's something that's happening in other boards.
It should be. It should be.
Yeah, there are other boards that people are not visible routinely.
No, I know. Yes. We can do another reminder.
We can do another what?
A reminder that that's state law. Or it's state.
Okay.
Yeah, it's law. It's been codified.
Well, and if you opt not to follow the law, then you are essentially removing yourself from a board.
No, it's probably just an open meeting violation.
Eli, go ahead.
So I wanted to clarify what we're discussing about what hybrid means and who can or can't go to a hybrid meeting. I was thinking that at this point, given the circumstances, when we talk about a hybrid meeting, we are talking about just making it optional about whether or not members of the public in general wish to go to the physical meeting or stick with the Zoom. I think that simplifies a lot of our calculus here. If we do that, it requires that we say, yep, we are accepting the risk that there will be quite a few people in one place, physically in the location with the board. But the way circumstances are right now, I don't see a really good other option for us outside of saying everybody stays remote.
In previous discussions of this issue, we had talked about hybrid as being the board's there and the public is on Zoom. That's what we've discussed.
Yep, I think there's an argument to be made right now, given where the other community services such as schools are, that we are at the point where we should be making it optional for our residents to appear physically at these meetings.
What?
In other words, further relaxing our previous position on what hybrid means.
Jeff, John, I thought it was going to be board members and applicants that would be in person. I don't recall about the public in general, but it was applicants to the extent that these boards have applicants. Zoning board and historic commission and
Required.
yeah.
I didn't hear you a lot.
Required to be present,
Yes.
but not. But there's a corollary of whether or not people are prevented from attending and must be virtual.
When July 1st comes around and this emergency declaration is lifted, or at least that's the expectation, then that essentially everything goes back to 2.5 years ago. Is that correct?
Yes, but we could continue to offer the option of those who want to be virtual to be virtual. Right? I see us
Yeah.
providing the hybrid option from now on.
Yeah, no, I agree, with the exception, as I say, of the applicants and the board members, although we're pushing around this board member issue right now. But
Right.
but on July 1, you got to show. Between now and then, it's whatever we kind of decide might make sense.
Right. So come
Well-
July 1, we would have to allow people to attend in person if they so choose.
Yes. And board members must attend in person.
Right, unless you adopt the local option to have remote participation.
Okay. So the word option is always there.
You know,
Right. We come July 1, we can't mandate people stay away from the public.
No, that's correct.
They must have the option, they must have the ability to attend in person, or they could do it virtually. It'd be their choice, not our choice.
could we mandate that they were masked?
Yes,
Because I have a concern about people who are immunocompromised not being able to access a public meeting. And you can say, oh, they could go hybrid and they would be fine. But there is a real difference in terms of the weight of comments that are made when people are sitting in a room as opposed to sitting in a room by themselves and staring at computer screens. And I have a real concern about people who have immunocompromised circumstances, having to sit in a room with 60 people crowded around the door and in the seats that are available within the room. We've had selectmen meetings where people were completely filling the upstairs floor and straining to hear what was going on in the room. We've also had up to 160, 170 participants in our Zoom meetings. So there are some real issues around access here, and people who would want to come to the meeting, and whether they would feel that their rights were being constrained because they were told that they had to wear a mask in the meeting. But also both for board members who have immunocompromised situations and trying to keep boards filled. People may decide, I'm not going to take the risk of being on a public board if I have to sit in a meeting without a mask and participate in a room full of people who are unmasked. I think there's issues. I hear what you're saying, Eli, but I think there's issues in terms of access for people who are compromised in terms of their immune system.
Well, as you say, we could require that people physically attending those meetings mask. I'm not sure that, I mean, if we limit the number of people going to those meetings and you have concerns that their voices won't be heard very well remotely, that's actually an argument to allow them to attend physically if they want.
I mean, we've moved really radically further away from our applicants and abutters going to attend 2 meetings that require application, ZBA and planning board, or for that matter, Board of Health.
Yeah, I'd agree that we have moved radically far away from that position. And I'm not dead certain the degree to which I'm comfortable with that, but I am fairly clear on where the population as a whole is and where the recommendations from our public health officials are. And I'm fairly clear on what people's are willing to do. The willingness of the general population to adhere to mandates that we set down is dwindling.
Well, that would include adhering to a mandate to wear a mask in a public meeting that was in town hall.
That is true.
And it may have an impact on people who are currently board members in volunteer boards and perhaps even elected boards, and their willingness to participate in a situation that, if they are immunocompromised, may have a direct impact on their health.
May I make a suggestion?
Sure.
Can we at least take a vote on the masks in town hall at the moment, separate from meetings?
Well, this would impact my vote on that mask vote. Because if we're going to rescind the mask mandate, drop the mask mandate for business within town hall, how is a public meeting different from business in town hall?
Well, it is different in terms of numbers,
It's
And
different in
time.
terms of numbers.
And duration.
duration and closeness.
But in terms of expectations that I'm not going to be required to wear a mask to participate in public life. Required to wear a mask to participate in public life. That expectation changes dramatically if we take it away for doing business within town hall. Sarah.
We have a lot of members participating in our meetings, and I do not want to be an enforcer.
There are what?
A lot of members, residents in our town meetings, and I don't want to be an enforcer.
That's certainly another issue.
But we want to meet in person. To go there.
So if you, between now and July 1, while the emergency is still in place, you could say board members may meet in person and only board members, and everybody else is virtual. That's one incremental step. And then as we get closer to July, we decide what's going to, after July 1, if there's no new changes, then we can't exclude anyone from attending. We only have the ability to exclude right now because of the emergency.
Okay, so let's start with town hall now. In terms of business in town hall, separate from public meetings, and I'll entertain a motion. And did you want to make a comment before we went to a motion?
We can go to a motion. I had a comment that was orthogonal to where we're going. Let me move that the people working in town hall and people having business in town hall are no longer required to wear masks.
So that would include public meetings. Correct?
I think I didn't say anything about hybrid meetings but
You didn't, but you just said anything that people are doing in town hall, they're not required to wear a mask.
How about during business hours?
Let me withdraw it and think. The question that I had was more routine and addressed, in fact, to Greg, that he determine how we accept the section of the public law that would allow us to have board members participate remotely. Because I think that's something that would be of great value, given, people traveling and whatnot, being able to have people participate. So you said you thought it was something that we could decide, but for our next meeting, could we know for sure?
Yes.
And
let me
if it has to
confirm.
go on a warrant, we get it on the, okay. Okay, then I'd like to move that at a hybrid meeting of committees in town hall, that the public, that applicants, that the members of the board and applicants to the board may participate in person, and others must attend through Zoom.
Okay, that's separate from the first thing that you said, which is
Yeah, I think it's
public business
easier.
and public
It's
business in town hall.
It's easier to say, for the specific case of hybrid meetings, these are the rules. And then there will be another motion to say, with the exception of hybrid meetings, masks are no longer required.
Okay, it's getting late, and I want to be clear about one issue in this whole conversation. That I'm not just doing this as a hypothetical. This may impact my ability to participate in this board, because I am immunocompromised. And it's a serious thing for me if I get COVID. It's a very serious thing if I get COVID. So I've tried to keep that separate from my passion for working and serving in the town, but it may have an impact on my participation in this board in the future. So it's not just I'm doing a hypothetical here. And I know that there are members of other boards who are in the same position that I am, or in a similar position that I'm in. So I'd like to break this out into 3 chunks. The first chunk is for residents and staff in town hall during regular business hours, dealing with business associated with the town other than a public meeting, that they will no longer be required to wear a mask. As of
February 28th.
February 28th. Yeah, thank you.
So moved.
Second.
Okay. Any discussion? All right, roll call vote. Mr. Round.
Oh, yes.
Ms. Harrison.
Yes.
Mr. Boland.
Yes.
And Ms. Jake.
Yes.
Mr. Bob Turner votes yes. The second chunk of this is from now until the end of the state of emergency, are we prepared to go forward with hybrid meetings, Greg, in room 5?
Yes, to the extent that we can secure the necessary support for those meetings. Room 5 is not easily done by the chair of a committee or a designated member of a committee. It really needs someone who knows the system. It's not user-friendly, from, if I can use that phrase. It needs someone to help run it.
And what about room 7?
Room 7 will be very user-friendly, but we're still waiting for the equipment. I'm hopeful that it's coming in another week, but I can't guarantee it.
I'd like to then defray any vote on hybrid meetings to a future meeting. I'm sorry, Sarah, not to be able to get this done tonight, but there's 2 big ifs. If the equipment comes in, room 7 is available and that's user-friendly to run. And room 5 and getting a schedule of 1623 in terms of their availability. Because the boards that we've mandated recording on, I think have to have support and the ability to use room 5 and or room 7. So that they can meet the mandate of that policy when we finally finalize it. Sarah?
Yeah, I agree, but we're challenged. It's, you know,
You are a challenge.
it's 2 years in, and, you know, I have board members who want to meet in person. You're saying we can't do that. So we're challenged.
I'm not saying you can't. I think by our meeting on the 7th, we should have I hope this part has been coming for some time now. I hope it's available before the 7th. We should be able to vote on this on the 7th for the availability of room 7. For the availability of room 5, we need to get to 1623 and get them to commit to a schedule. We can't be in a situation where if the person's not available at the last minute, we have to go to a Zoom meeting. I mean, it has to be some, we have to have backup systems for this. More people than just 1 or 2 people from 1623 who are trained in the equipment.
And our challenge is we need to have a public hearing notice at least 14 days in advance.
Absolutely.
So we can't wait till the last minute.
So this would put you back a month.
Exactly. You can run my meetings if you want.
Pays better than this. I'm just kidding. I'm open to any thoughts of the board. Let me first take Ron's comment.
If you choose to go to this hybrid method, are you talking majority board members sit, or all board members must sit in person? I've heard two trains of thought here, and I was just curious which direction we're leaning here.
Greg, I think you said that state law was that it had to be a quorum of the board that was present.
Correct, if you're operating under.
If we operate under that.
Right.
That.
Between now and July 1, that requirement is stayed, waived.
So I would need to take a poll of the board of how many people plan to attend in person and ahead of the meeting. Well, we would have to do something like that to assure a quorum.
I think the expectation should be that all members are present unless excused at a meeting. And that you control how many people come in, how many people can be absent. But I think if some people are going to say, well, I'm just not going to come into town hall for those meetings.
Yes, I expect that to be the case.
That's not going to fly in terms of the expectation. So I would say the expectation is that all board members will be present.
Okay. But they can participate remotely if they so wish. If they can.
If approved by the chair, if approved by the chair.
Okay, but I would still need a majority to be present.
Well, you wouldn't want to approve less than a quorum, right?
Okay, but they can vote if they're remote, right? They can participate.
Right.
Yes, but I think the reason for not being present should be the same reason that it's been the case in the past, that I have to be out of town on business, or in case of certain members, I have to be out of town for other reasons. But they would be expected to participate. You know, I mean, there are there are expectations in terms of missing meetings and not being either reappointed or being able to continue on a board that are policies of the Board of Selectmen currently.
Okay, might be difficult, but we will move forward.
I mean, if you want a sound resolution of the Board of Selectmen tonight that says we're moving to hybrid meetings
And
for
the
following-
expectation.
for the following boards, and hybrid meetings require the presence of all members in the meeting. Unless approved by the chair.
Okay,
Any comments on that from Board of Selectmen?
Yeah, you can make it, we can still move to hybrid meetings, allow them to be hybrid and up until July 1st, and leave it to the discretion of the boards to choose whether or not they want to be fully remote versus hybrid, and then constrain the hybrid meetings to limit the number of public as Greg suggested recently. So applicants and board members only up until, July 1st, when we have to switch to a more normalized model.
Jeff, I'm sorry to interrupt. I need one 30-second bio break.
Really?
I'll be back.
This has gone way too long. So Eli, are you suggesting that we put this measure of going to hybrid meetings to a majority vote of the boards? With the expectation that if the board is going to be meeting in public, that all board members should be present unless excused by the chair?
I think you're talking about in between now and July 1st.
Yes.
I think that you simplify and put it in the hands of the chairs of the boards to make the decision whether or not the meeting would be remote or not. If that's an issue, boards can take it up with their chairs.
And it's at the chair's discretion whether someone can participate remotely.
Yeah. So my only real concern is really around the technology issue of for right now, the room 5 versus room 7 and how we manage that. But, maybe that's just something that we, over the next few weeks, warn the chairs about, and they coordinate with Greg to find out, do we have the technical assets in place to allow them to be hybrid or not, and just defer to the ZBA since they've got the friggin' 40B meetings right now.
And it's at the discretion of the chair whether applicants come or whether other people come?
No, I think we had said that we would only allow board members and applicants, right? That was where we were leaning for now. So you want me to lay it out a little bit more clearly?
No, I think it's clear. I think it's the proposal is to allow individual chairs to make a decision for their board whether to start meeting in hybrid meetings with ZBA and planning board having the option of including applicants only.
It's also the Historic District Commission, Jeff, too.
They have applicants, I'm sorry, you're
Yep.
right.
Those three.
And the Board of Health does, so.
And the Board of Health,
Health.
right,
Concom.
Concom.
and Concom.
We're the only board that doesn't have applicants, but we go on forever.
Jeff, I'd also add that board chairs should be encouraged to try and move in this direction because they will have to do it after July 1.
I'm going to just say until July 1. And,
Okay.
And we will get out an advisory memo to all the boards about what happens on July 1st.
Okay, so long as they're aware, because then they don't really have a choice.
I'm increasingly uncomfortable. There will be members of other boards who are at unusual risk. And requiring people who were appointed or elected to put their health at risk by a decision of the chair without significant consultation with everybody on the board, and I'm not happy with having it be a majority vote of the board either. You know, the fact that there's one person who's at risk ought to be a reason not to go to in-person board meetings. And I suggest that as it's late and I don't feel that we have a solid grip on where we're going, that we push this decision off until, or this discussion, continue this discussion at our next meeting.
I agree.
I think, and if we're not talking about public coming into meetings, other than applicants, that the people who have immunocompromised situations can manage that. I'm just harking back to dog hearings and dogs on the beach and everything else that happened in room 5 when it was a packed house and people were standing in the hallway and you couldn't get in or out of the room. Those kinds of circumstances to me are challenging. But applicants and board members, I think you can make accommodations within a meeting. So I would like to get a vote tonight, because I think that what we're hearing from the ZBA in particular is that it's very challenging for them to do their meetings.
And one of the things I was going to ask is, what can we do to make the ZBA's life easier while we're still in a state of emergency?
Are the problems the ZBA is having, are they related specifically to 40B or not even the 40? I mean, I think if we're looking at meetings regarding the 40B, those are meetings that are going to be, people will want to be able to go to.
That's fine. I mean, we can say you can go, but you're going to go through Zoom, except for the applicants.
Yep.
That's the position that we had on this previously when we were talking about getting hybrid up in December and January and early February. And now we're at the beginning of March. So we're trying to implement something that we were going to implement 3 months ago when we were in the middle of Omicron. So can we make a simple vote of, I hear what you're saying, Ian, about having the chair make a decision without significant input from their board. I'm sure they will get significant input from their board, but I think it should be the chair's decision.
Unless you want to say it's a unanimous vote of the board or committee.
There's boards that you never get a unanimous vote. Sarah. Sarah? You're muted, Sarah.
She also put her hand down.
No, I put her hand down.
Oh, there you go.
I'm muted. Yes. I think the ZBA would like to have in-board meetings with the members and applicants. I think the 40B is a different situation. And we need to move forward and have public hearings with all of the public participants remote.
Are you talking about the applicants and their attorneys being in the room?
And they might need to be remote. I think there's a difference between the normal ZBA meetings and the 40B application.
Okay, so what if we said that based on the discretion of the chair, meetings can be hybrid? Not all meetings within a particular board may be hybrid.
That sounds great.
Does that violate the sense of equal access or whatever?
I'm good with that, but I don't know what other people feel.
I'm looking for something from the Board of Selectmen here.
Exactly.
Jeff, I think it's that's a reasonable compromise there. For Sarah in particular, I think most of the other boards, they're regular meetings. Sarah's got 2 different kinds of meetings there in the 40B. She's got to have the flexibility to be able to decide what she's going to do with those.
So what was the compromise specifically?
I think it's that the
At the
board
discretion
chair-
of the chair of each of the committees who have, at the discretion of the chair of each of the committees, committees can move to hybrid as of March 1st. And not all meetings of a particular committee require a hybrid meeting. It's not by right.
So we can just simplify that to at the discretion of the chair, boards can hold hybrid meetings as of March 1st.
We're just taking little steps here at a time to.
with in attendance, I think we need to stipulate that the attendance is simply with board members and applicants.
Hybrid meetings must have a quorum of the board.
A quorum of the board present.
Well, that's not required till July 1, though.
No, I think we're, well, it's true, they are requiring a quorum as of July 1. I think if we're going to be allowing them to do hybrid now, that there should be a quorum physically present. I don't think that it's reasonable to set up a situation where there's like one member of the board sitting in a room and other people are not there.
Could we include applicants and attorney and their attorneys?
I think it could be the representatives, because they can be, engineers, architects.
Right.
Lots of different people.
Good point. Good point.
And that representatives may be present at the discretion of the chair.
Mm-hmm.
No other members of the public.
May attend at this time.
All members of the public, all other members, or all other interested parties may attend by Zoom. I don't want to say no members of the public can attend.
All right.
I think that's not good language
Right.
for us.
Yep.
They're negative.
And do we need to say anything about any board members wishing to attend remotely may do so only at the discretion of the chair?
Yep.
In the event of a hybrid meeting.
Must have permission of the chair. All right, so at the discretion of the chair, boards can hold hybrid meetings as of March 1st. Hybrid meetings must have a quorum of the board present. Applicants and their representatives may be present at the discretion of the chair. Other members of the public may attend by Zoom. All board members wishing to attend a hybrid meeting remotely must have permission of the chair. And all other members of the public may only attend by Zoom. Is you all right with that? Yeah?
Yeah.
You ready for me to make a motion?
Yes.
I move that at the discretion of the chair, boards can hold hybrid meetings as of March 1st. Hybrid meetings must have a quorum of the board present. Applicants and their representatives may be present at the discretion of the chair. Other members of the public may only attend by Zoom. All board members wishing to attend a hybrid meeting remotely must have permission of the chair.
Friendly amendment, a quorum present in person.
Accepted.
Second.
Any further discussion? Roll call vote. Mr. Round,
Yes.
Ms. Harrison,
Yes.
Ms. Jakes,
Yes.
Mr. Bowling.
Yes.
With enthusiasm, Mr. Bowling. Yeah,
Why, sure.
okay. And the chair votes yes. Okay. Consent agenda is the minutes from February 7th. Did everybody get a chance to read them and submit their changes to Gail?
Yeah, I sent my changes in to you and Greg, which was kind of junky. Did you get them? It was somewhat substantive, so I will. Dang it. Where'd it go? Oh. Move on to the other folks because I'm bumbling here.
Are other board members ready to vote?
Yes.
Yes.
I sent mine in.
I
Yeah.
sent mine in.
Likewise.
Okay.
I
Eli,
said my one change was on page 5 under cell signaling tech. It said Mr. Bowling stated the board would be listening for zoning bylaw changes.
slow down. Page 5.
Yeah, bottom of page 5 under cell phone signaling tech. Then
Cell signaling, go ahead.
said Mr. Bowling stated the board would be listening for zoning bylaw changes. What I actually said was that the Board of Selectmen had discussed options for annual town meeting at the end of April and a special town meeting at the end of June for zoning bylaw changes relevant to this project. Then I asked if these dates would present any challenges with respect to their purchase and sale agreement, and cell phone signaling tech answered that those timeframes would not present challenges. So I'd like those changes made.
Okay. Okay. Can I get a motion to,
Motion to approve the consent agenda as amended.
Second.
moved by Becky and seconded by Eli. Roll call vote. Mr. Bowling,
Yes.
Ms. Jakes,
Yes.
Ms. Harrison,
Yes.
Mr. Round,
Yes.
Robert Turner votes yes. Town administrators report.
So the main thing to highlight is that construction along School Street and some of the side streets off of School, construction on replacing water line or water valves and some water pipe will take place starting next Monday before running through the week. So it'll be all next week. There will be one lane traveling and some detours on occasion. So just want to highlight that for folks. That obviously assumes that weather cooperates. It's supposed to be quite warm tomorrow, but then they're talking about a pretty good amount of snow on Friday. So we'll see what happens next week. High state of flux at the moment. And then it looks like, at least for the majority of you, we can hold this special meeting on Friday morning. That's an executive session to discuss strategy regarding some potential pending litigation. At a future meeting, we should dust off the comprehensive waste management plan and sort of refamiliarize ourselves with its main recommendations in anticipation of needing to do with sewer capacity and request for connections, and saving the vast majority of that capacity for the existing sewer district. So just sort of a heads up on that. It's something that we'll need to put on a future agenda. And then lastly, I'm hoping to be in John's territory next week and enjoy some of that sunshine that he's got going.
Well,
So I'll be out of the office next week.
I'll save some of it for you.
All right, that sounds good. So that's all I needed to.
And by the way, I should be able to attend the first part of the session on Friday.
Oh, okay, great.
Yeah.
Good. So that means that all 5 of us will be there?
I believe so.
All right. What's the consensus of the board about moving to a hybrid meeting on March 7th?
I was
Scary, isn't
I'm
it?
I'll do whatever.
I prefer not.
Becky, John?
I'm okay, but I'm flexible. I haven't been on at an in-person meeting yet. Of course, neither is Ann.
It's amazing. Yeah.
It's a bit of a daunting,
Yeah.
I think. But I'll do what the majority wants. I can go either way on that one.
I'm personally
Okay.
flexible.
Okay. I just wanted to raise it since we just talked about giving this authority to chairs and get an understanding of where everybody was at. I'll follow up and let you guys know. I'll take a motion to adjourn.
So moved.
So second.
Third, fourth, and fifth. Roll call vote. Ann,
Yes.
Becky,
Oh, yes.
was that no yes?
I said, oh, yes.
Eli,
Yes.
Thank you.
John,
Yes, yes.
chair votes yes. Thank you guys for being patient and struggling through this long agenda tonight.
Thank you all. Happy
All
sunshine,
right.
John. Happy sunshine.
Yes.
Greg.
John, don't save it for Greg. Bring it back.
A point well
There you
taken.
go. Yes.
All right, see you later.
All right. Good
Yeah.
night,
Okay.
everybody.
Bye. Night.
Night, everybody.